challenges, some predictable, many unexpected. There are moments when everything feels like it's spinning out of control, when no matter how hard you try, things just don't seem to go your way. We've all been there. It's in these moments, when life feels chaotic, that we need more than just motivation. We need a way to take charge, to regain control, and to carve a path through the noise. What if you could wake up every day with a clear sense of purpose, an unshakable focus, and the strength to push through anything life throws your way? What if, instead of being swayed by the ups and downs, you could stand firm, rooted in calmness and resilience? This isn't some far-fetched idea. It's a reality that people have been practicing for centuries. The key lies in mastering the inner workings of your mind and applying timeless principles to your daily life. Stoicism and the way of Miyamoto Musashi, two seemingly different worlds, yet both are driven by the same core idea: mastery over oneself. Both paths teach that the only true victory in life comes from within. While the world around you might be chaotic, uncertain, or even hostile, the way you respond is entirely within your control. And once you understand this truth, you unlock the power to transform not just your circumstances, but your entire life. The Stoics, from Marcus Aurelius to Epictetus, believed that our minds are our greatest tools. They taught that we may not be able to control the events that happen to us, but we can control how we think about them. This control over our thoughts and emotions is what enables us to navigate life's storms without being swept away by them. Stoicism isn't about suppressing your feelings, but rather understanding them, observing them, and then making conscious choices instead of reactive ones. It's about remaining calm when everything around you is demanding a response. On the other side, Musashi, Japan's legendary swordsman, built his life around the idea of mastery through discipline and strategy. Musashi lived by a strict code, constantly honing his skills, but his victories weren't just about swordsmanship. They were about the mind, the unwavering focus, the ability to act without attachment, and the relentless pursuit of progress. His philosophy teaches us that every moment, every action, can be an opportunity to sharpen ourselves, both mentally and physically. The way you move through life, the way you approach problems, and the strategies you develop are all tools for personal mastery. So, how does this all come together for you? It starts with understanding one simple truth: your mind is the battlefield. Every day we face challenges that push us to our limits. Whether it's personal setbacks, professional struggles, or emotional turmoil, life is constantly testing us. And it's easy to feel overwhelmed, lost, or defeated. But here's the good news. These challenges aren't there to break you. They're there to build you. Stoicism teaches that adversity is not something to be feared or avoided, but embraced. It's in hardship that we find our strength, and through difficulty, we become more resilient. Musashi's teachings align with this, encouraging us to see every obstacle as an opportunity for growth. The more we face, the sharper we become. It's not about avoiding discomfort. It's about stepping into it with confidence, knowing that on the other side, we'll emerge stronger. And here's where it gets powerful. The moment you shift your mindset from fearing challenges to welcoming them, everything changes. You begin to see setbacks as stepping stones. You stop being reactive and start becoming intentional. Every decision, every action becomes a chance to align yourself with a greater purpose. And in doing so, you build something unbreakable: your character. Think about it. Most of us go through life reacting to whatever comes our way. We get pulled in every direction, whether it's by our own emotions or external circumstances. One moment we're stressed, the next we're angry, frustrated, or confused. But what if, instead of being tossed around by life's waves, you could stand still, centered, unshaken? This is the power that Stoicism and Musashi offer. They teach us how to anchor ourselves, how to cultivate an inner calm that doesn't depend on what's happening outside of us. Musashi didn't win his duels because he was faster or stronger than his opponents. He won because his mind was sharp, disciplined, and calm under pressure. In the same way, Stoicism isn't about never feeling pain, but about facing it head-on and coming out the other side more resilient. Both philosophies show us that true power doesn't come from force or aggression, it comes from the mind. The ability to pause, reflect, and choose our response is what gives us the upper hand, not just in conflict, but in everyday life. The good news is that you don't need to be a warrior or a philosopher to apply these lessons. They're simple, actionable principles that can change the way you approach your daily challenges. Whether it's learning to control your emotions in a heated argument, staying disciplined in your goals, or letting go of the fear of failure, these teachings can guide you. Life doesn't have to feel like a constant struggle. When you're in control of your mind, the struggle transforms into an opportunity for growth. Every great change starts with a decision. The decision to stop living reactively and start living intentionally. The decision to step into your challenges, not as a victim, but as a warrior ready to learn, adapt, and grow. That's what Stoicism and Musashi teach us, that no matter how difficult life gets, you have the power to conquer it, not by changing the world around you, but by mastering the world within you. There's something deeply empowering about realizing that you don't have to be a passive participant in your life. You don't have to wait for circumstances to improve, for luck to strike, or for someone to hand you the keys to your success. You already have those keys. They lie in how you approach each day, each task, each challenge. Will you meet them with fear, hesitation, and doubt? Or will you meet them with courage, strategy, and calm? It doesn't matter where you're starting from, whether you feel lost, overwhelmed, or stuck. What matters is where you're headed. The teachings of Stoicism and Musashi are a roadmap for that journey. They don't promise an easy path, but they do offer a path that leads to true strength, peace, and fulfillment. And the best part? You can start today. Right now, as you read this, the process is already beginning. You've taken the first step by seeking out the wisdom of those who mastered themselves before you. From here, it's about applying that wisdom to your own life. Start with one small change. Maybe it's controlling your reaction to a stressful situation, or perhaps it's committing to a daily practice of discipline. Each action, no matter how small, brings you closer to mastery. Life is always going to throw challenges your way. That's inevitable. But how you respond, that's entirely up to you. The Stoics and Musashi understood this, and now, so do you. The question is, what will you do with this knowledge? Will you continue letting life dictate your emotions, your actions, and your outcomes? Or will you step up and take control, one decision at a time? The journey won't always be easy, but it will always be worth it. Because with each step forward, you're not just conquering the obstacles in front of you, you're conquering yourself. Are you ready? Let's begin. The path to true mastery begins in the mind. Every day we are bombarded with distractions, emotional turmoil, and challenges that test our patience and resolve. In the midst of all this chaos, how does one stay calm? How can we ensure that we remain focused and unmoved by the storms around us? The answer lies in a simple yet profound truth: mastering your mind. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that our power comes not from controlling the external world, but from controlling our internal responses to it. To gain this level of control, it starts with awareness. Most of us go through life reacting to situations without much thought, allowing emotions to guide us. But when you practice awareness, you begin to see each emotion as it arises. You learn to pause, observe, and question it. Why am I feeling this? Does this emotion serve me, or is it holding me back? With every moment of awareness, you reclaim a bit of power over your mind. One of the core teachings of Stoicism is that it's not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. A traffic jam, a rude comment, or an unexpected setback, none of these things inherently upset us. It's how we interpret them that fuels our frustration or anger. By shifting our perspective, by learning to see events as neutral, we unlock the ability to remain calm no matter what happens. This doesn't mean becoming passive, it means becoming resilient. Resilience doesn't come from shutting down your emotions, but from controlling how they influence your actions. The Stoics didn't suppress their feelings, they mastered them. When anger rises, instead of letting it boil over, you can channel it into productive energy. When anxiety creeps in, rather than letting it paralyze you, you can turn it into focus. Every emotion has potential if you control how it's expressed. In this process of mastering the mind, self-reflection becomes essential. The Stoics often took time to reflect on their day, to analyze their thoughts and actions. This wasn't to dwell on mistakes, but to understand them, learn from them, and grow. You can do the same. At the end of each day, ask yourself, did I respond to my emotions today, or did they control me? Where could I have paused and made a better choice? Through this simple practice, you begin to shape your mind into a powerful tool. This level of control also helps eliminate distractions. In today's world, distractions are everywhere. Social media, news, constant notifications. These distractions pull us away from what really matters. By mastering your thoughts, you learn to focus on what is truly important. You train your mind to prioritize, to filter out the noise, and to zero in on what needs your attention. This not only increases your productivity, but also gives you a sense of peace amid the chaos. An important aspect of Stoic control is the ability to separate what is within your control from what is not. The Stoics believed that we should focus only on the things we can influence, our thoughts, our actions, our responses. Everything else, the opinions of others, the outcomes of our efforts, the circumstances of life, are beyond our control. This simple distinction is liberating. It frees you from the stress of trying to control the uncontrollable, allowing you to focus your energy where it truly matters. When you stop worrying about things outside of your control, you feel a weight lifted. The constant pressure to shape everything in your life fades, and you realize that peace doesn't come from bending the world to your will, but from mastering your inner world. You learn that it's not the situation that causes stress, but your desire to control it. By letting go of this desire, you can face any challenge with calmness and clarity. Another critical element of Stoic control is the understanding that life is fleeting. The Stoics often reminded themselves of the shortness of life, not to depress themselves, but to sharpen their focus. When you accept that time is limited, every moment becomes more valuable. You stop wasting time on trivial matters and start directing your attention to what truly matters, your goals, your relationships, and your growth. With this mindset, distractions lose their power over you. A fleeting annoyance or a temporary setback doesn't throw you off course because you see the bigger picture. You realize that your time is too precious to waste on things that don't serve your purpose. This clarity of focus is one of the most powerful tools in mastering your mind. It allows you to move through life with intention, rather than being pulled in every direction by external forces. Stoic control also teaches you to embrace discomfort. In our pursuit of comfort, we often lose the ability to handle adversity. The Stoics knew that life is filled with challenges and hardships, and they embraced these as opportunities for growth. When you welcome discomfort, you build resilience. Instead of avoiding difficult situations, you face them head-on, knowing that every challenge is an opportunity to strengthen your mind. This doesn't mean seeking out suffering for its own sake, but recognizing that every hardship you encounter is a chance to practice self-control. When you feel overwhelmed by stress or anxiety, you can step back and remind yourself that this moment is temporary. The discomfort you feel now will pass, and how you handle it will shape your future. Each moment of discomfort is a lesson, teaching you to endure and grow stronger. Stoicism also teaches the power of perspective. When faced with challenges, the Stoics would often take a step back and view the situation from a broader lens. In the grand scheme of things, is this challenge as insurmountable as it seems? Often, the answer is no. When you take this broader perspective, you realize that most of the things we stress about are insignificant in the long run. This shift in perspective allows you to respond with calmness and focus, rather than panic. You also begin to recognize the impermanence of emotions. Anger, sadness, frustration, they all pass. By mastering your mind, you learn not to get caught up in these emotions, but to let them flow through you without letting them take control. You realize that emotions are fleeting and that the way you act in the midst of them defines your character. When you learn to observe your emotions without being consumed by them, you gain the freedom to choose your actions more wisely. Part of mastering your mind involves cultivating a sense of gratitude. The Stoics believed that life, with all its ups and downs, is a gift. When you approach each day with gratitude, even in difficult times, you shift your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant. Gratitude grounds you, reminding you that no matter how tough life gets, there is always something to appreciate. This shift in mindset can transform your entire outlook, making it easier to maintain calm and focus even in the face of adversity. Gratitude also helps you stay present. One of the greatest challenges we face is staying grounded in the moment. Our minds are often consumed by regrets of the past or worries about the future. But when you practice gratitude, you anchor yourself in the present. You become more aware of what you have here and now, and less focused on what's out of your control. This mindfulness brings peace and clarity, allowing you to move through life with purpose and intention. In mastering your mind, self-discipline becomes your greatest ally. The Stoics believed in the power of habit, the idea that our daily actions shape our character over time. By cultivating discipline in small ways, whether it's through regular reflection, controlling your reactions, or staying committed to your goals, you build a stronger, more resilient mind. Every act of discipline reinforces your ability to control your thoughts and emotions, even in the most challenging situations. Over time, this discipline becomes second nature. You no longer have to exert as much effort to stay calm and focused. It becomes who you are. This is the true power of Stoic control. When you consistently practice self-discipline, your mind becomes a fortress, unshaken by external forces. You become more adaptable, more resilient, and more capable of navigating life's challenges with ease. Mastering your mind is not a one-time event, it's a lifelong practice. There will be days when you falter, when emotions get the better of you, or when distractions pull you off course. But the beauty of Stoic control is that it teaches you to return to center. Each day is a new opportunity to strengthen your mind, to practice calmness, and to grow. As you continue on this path, you will notice a profound shift in the way you approach life. Challenges that once seemed overwhelming will become manageable. Stresses that once consumed your thoughts will no longer hold power over you. You will move through life with a sense of purpose, clarity, and peace, knowing that you are the master of your mind. This is the ultimate freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of emotions, from the distractions that pull you away from your goals, and from the external forces that seek to control your life. With Stoic control, you reclaim your power. You become the calm within the storm, the unshakable force that remains steady no matter what life throws your way. And so, as you continue this journey, remember that true mastery begins within. It's not about changing the world around you, it's about mastering the world within you. By controlling your thoughts and emotions, you create the foundation for a life of peace, focus, and resilience. This is the power of Stoicism, and it's available to you, starting today. Mastering your mind with Stoic control lays the foundation for clarity and resilience. But once you have this control, the next step is understanding how to strategically navigate life's challenges. Stoicism teaches us how to remain calm and focused, but Musashi takes this further, showing us how to act with precision, purpose, and foresight. Life is not just about enduring what comes your way. It's about strategically planning your path forward. Musashi, one of the greatest strategists in history, lived by principles that go far beyond the battlefield. They apply to everyday decisions and the challenges you face. Musashi's way of thinking begins with an understanding that strategy is about seeing beyond the immediate situation. It's about looking ahead, anticipating outcomes, and knowing when to act and when to wait. Life is filled with moments when quick decisions can lead to long-term consequences. The ability to step back and assess situations from a distance is what sets apart those who succeed from those who stumble. Musashi was a master at observing the broader picture, understanding that every action has a ripple effect. One of the key aspects of Musashi's strategy is knowing yourself first. Before you can take on the world, you must have a deep understanding of your own strengths and weaknesses. Musashi believed that self-awareness is the first step in any strategic endeavor. This means acknowledging where you excel, but also being brutally honest about where you fall short. By recognizing these areas, you can either improve them or work around them, making your strategies more effective. Musashi also emphasized the importance of adaptability. No two battles are the same, and neither are the challenges you face in life. The strategy that worked yesterday might not work today. Musashi's success lay in his ability to adapt to the situation at hand. Life requires a constant reassessment of your circumstances. Stubbornly sticking to one approach, no matter how successful it's been in the past, will eventually lead to failure. Flexibility in thinking and in action is key to overcoming obstacles. Another essential lesson from Musashi is the power of preparation. Musashi often said that battles are won or lost before they even begin, depending on how well one prepares. Preparation isn't just about having the right tools or knowledge, but also about preparing mentally. You must foresee potential challenges and be ready to handle them. Musashi would spend hours training and visualizing different battle scenarios. In life, this translates to anticipating difficulties and preparing for them so that when they arise, they do not overwhelm you. Musashi's approach to decision-making was grounded in clarity and focus. When faced with a decision, Musashi would never act out of impulse or emotion. He believed that every choice must be made with a clear mind and a strong sense of purpose. Acting impulsively leads to mistakes and missed opportunities. Instead, the decision-making process should involve careful consideration of all possible outcomes. This allows you to make choices that are aligned with your long-term goals, rather than being swayed by short-term emotions. One of the most powerful lessons from Musashi is learning to think from the perspective of your opponent. Whether it's a competitor in business, a personal adversary, or even your own inner obstacles, understanding the mindset of the opposition allows you to anticipate their moves and counter them effectively. Musashi believed that to defeat an enemy, you must think as they do, not just as yourself. This ability to see things from multiple angles gives you a strategic advantage. Patience was another virtue Musashi mastered. In life, we often rush into decisions or actions, driven by the pressure of time or fear of missing out. Musashi teaches that patience is key to winning any battle. There are times when the best move is no move at all. Waiting, observing, and allowing the right moment to reveal itself is often more powerful than forcing an outcome. Patience gives you the time to analyze, to see things clearly, and to strike when the time is right. Musashi also believed in simplifying one's approach. Overcomplication leads to confusion and mistakes. Whether in battle or life, the more straightforward the strategy, the better. This means cutting away the unnecessary and focusing only on what truly matters. Too often, people get caught up in the complexities of their plans, losing sight of their original goal. Simplicity brings clarity, and clarity leads to success. Musashi's principle of simplicity is a reminder to always return to the core of what you're trying to achieve. Timing plays a critical role in Musashi's teachings. Every action has its time, and knowing when to act is just as important as knowing how to act. Musashi had an acute sense of timing, whether it was in battle or in life. Moving too early or too late can lead to failure. Being in tune with the flow of events, sensing the right moment to take action, allows you to make your moves when they will have the most impact. This is a skill that requires practice and awareness. Musashi's discipline was relentless. Every day he honed his skills, knowing that discipline was the foundation of mastery. Without discipline, strategy falls apart. In life, discipline is what allows you to stay focused on your goals, to continue moving forward even when progress seems slow. It's easy to lose motivation, especially when the path is difficult, but Musashi teaches that discipline is not about motivation, it's about commitment. You do what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel at the moment. Musashi was also a master of the concept of leverage. In battle, he would use his opponent's strength against them, turning their force into a weakness. In life, leverage is about finding ways to use the resources around you to your advantage. It's about being resourceful, recognizing opportunities where others see obstacles, and turning the situation in your favor. This requires a strategic mindset that looks beyond the obvious and finds strength in unexpected places. Another aspect of Musashi's strategy was his understanding of balance. He recognized that in all things, balance must be maintained. Whether it was in his physical movements or his mental focus, he knew that imbalance would lead to defeat. In life, balance is essential in managing priorities, emotions, and time. Overcommitting to one area at the expense of another can lead to burnout or failure. Maintaining balance ensures that you can sustain your efforts over the long term without losing sight of what's important. Musashi also taught the importance of learning from every experience. Each battle, whether won or lost, was a lesson. In life, every challenge you face offers an opportunity to learn. Successes and failures both have something to teach. Musashi never saw defeat as the end, but as a stepping stone toward mastery. By analyzing what went wrong and what went right, you can continually improve, making your strategies stronger and more effective. Understanding the importance of flow is another crucial part of Musashi's teachings. He often spoke about the need to be like water, adaptable, fluid, and unstoppable. Water adjusts to its surroundings, but never loses its strength. It can be gentle or forceful, depending on the situation. In life, you must learn to flow with the circumstances around you, adapting to change while maintaining your inner strength. This ability to flow, rather than resist, allows you to move through challenges with grace and power. Musashi's strategy also involved the art of misdirection. He understood that sometimes letting your opponent believe they have the upper hand works to your advantage. In life, this means knowing when to reveal your strengths and when to conceal them. Not every battle needs to be fought head-on. Sometimes, allowing others to underestimate you gives you the element of surprise, which can be a powerful tool in achieving your goals. Another key lesson is the importance of staying calm under pressure. Musashi never let fear or panic dictate his actions, even in the most intense moments of battle. In life, pressure can cloud your judgment and lead to hasty decisions. But when you learn to stay calm, to breathe and think clearly, you can see solutions that others might miss. Calmness is a weapon in itself, allowing you to maintain control in situations that seem uncontrollable. Musashi also teaches us to view obstacles as opportunities. Every challenge is a chance to test your strategy and improve it. Obstacles are not roadblocks, they are stepping stones. When faced with a problem, Musashi would analyze it from all angles, looking for the opportunity within the difficulty. This mindset allows you to approach life with confidence, knowing that every challenge is a chance to grow and refine your approach. Another important aspect of Musashi's way of thinking is understanding the importance of self-reliance. While collaboration can be valuable, Musashi believed in relying on oneself first and foremost. In life, this means taking responsibility for your own success and not waiting for others to solve your problems. It's about being proactive, seeking solutions, and trusting in your abilities to navigate the challenges you face. Musashi's approach to strategy also involved constant learning. He never stopped studying, practicing, and improving his skills. In life, learning should be a lifelong pursuit. The moment you think you've mastered something is the moment you begin to fall behind. Continual growth is essential for maintaining a strategic advantage. Whether it's learning new skills or gaining new perspectives, the pursuit of knowledge keeps you sharp and adaptable. Musashi also emphasized the importance of decisiveness. Hesitation can be costly in both battle and life. When faced with a decision, Musashi believed in making a choice and committing to it fully. Indecision creates confusion and weakens your position. In life, once you've weighed your options and considered your strategy, act with confidence. Even if the decision turns out to be wrong, decisive action allows you to adjust more quickly than wavering ever would. The concept of focus was central to Musashi's teachings. He believed in focusing all of his attention and energy on the task at hand. In life, distractions are everywhere, pulling you away from your goals. Musashi's strategy reminds us that true success comes from intense focus. When you commit fully to your actions, without letting distractions interfere, you achieve far more than when your attention is scattered. Musashi also valued persistence. He understood that mastery comes from relentless effort. In life, many people give up when faced with repeated failures or challenges. Musashi teaches that success often comes not to those who are the most talented, but to those who refuse to give up. Persistence is what turns potential into achievement. By continuing to push forward, even when the path is difficult, you move closer to your goals. Another element of Musashi's strategy was his focus on personal excellence. He wasn't competing with others, he was competing with himself. In life, this means focusing on your own growth rather than comparing yourself to others. Your journey is unique, and Musashi's way of thinking teaches that the only real competition is becoming better than you were yesterday. This mindset keeps you focused on your own path and prevents distractions from sidetracking you. Musashi also understood the power of minimalism. He believed in having only what was necessary and discarding what wasn't. In life, this principle applies to everything from physical possessions to mental clutter. By simplifying your environment and your thoughts, you free up energy to focus on what truly matters. This clarity of purpose allows you to make better decisions and act more effectively. Musashi's way of thinking also teaches the importance of resilience. He faced countless battles, both external and internal, but his resilience is what allowed him to prevail. In life, resilience means not being defeated by setbacks. It means getting back up every time you're knocked down, learning from the experience, and coming back stronger. Resilience is a key component of any successful strategy because life will always present challenges, and your ability to persevere is what ultimately leads to success. Another critical element of Musashi's strategy was his understanding of timing. Timing is everything, whether in battle or in life. Musashi believed in waiting for the right moment to strike, knowing that premature action could lead to failure. In life, knowing when to act is often more important than the action itself. This requires patience, observation, and a deep understanding of the situation at hand. Musashi's teachings also highlight the importance of detachment. He didn't allow emotions or personal desires to cloud his judgment. In life, detachment means being able to separate yourself from the outcome. When you are overly attached to a specific result, you can become blind to other opportunities or possibilities. Detachment allows you to make clear-headed decisions without being swayed by fear or desire. Finally, Musashi's strategy teaches you to be proactive. Instead of waiting for challenges to come to you, seek them out. Proactively addressing potential issues before they become problems is a powerful way to stay ahead. In life, this means not waiting for things to fall apart before taking action. By being proactive, you create opportunities rather than reacting to crises, giving you the upper hand in every situation. Through these principles, Musashi's way of strategic thinking offers a blueprint for navigating the complexities of life with precision, foresight, and resilience. By applying these strategies, you can move through life with purpose, overcome obstacles, and achieve mastery in every aspect of your journey. After mastering the art of strategic thinking, your next challenge is building the foundation that will sustain all your efforts: self-discipline. Both Musashi and the Stoics knew that without discipline, strategy crumbles and goals remain out of reach. The most successful individuals in any field share one common trait: unshakable self-discipline. It's the quiet force behind every achievement, the fuel that keeps you moving forward when motivation fades. The question is, how do you build this level of discipline? How do you make it so strong that nothing can break it? The answer lies in small, consistent actions. The Stoics believed that discipline was not about grand gestures, but about the accumulation of small, deliberate choices made every day. Discipline is built in the mundane moments: the decision to wake up early when it's easier to sleep in, the commitment to finish a task when distractions call your name. Each of these moments is an opportunity to reinforce discipline or let it slip away. Over time, the small victories add up to create an unbreakable force within you. Musashi approached discipline with the same intensity. For him, discipline was not just about training the body, but also training the mind. He practiced endlessly, but it wasn't just the repetition that mattered. It was the mindset behind the practice. Musashi believed that true mastery could only be achieved through relentless focus on improvement. In your own life, this means never settling for good enough. It means pushing yourself to do better, even when you've already surpassed others. Discipline is about competing with yourself, not with those around you. The Stoics also taught that discipline begins with controlling your desires. We live in a world full of distractions, temptations, and short-term pleasures. The ability to say no to these temptations is at the heart of self-discipline. Whether it's resisting the urge to procrastinate or avoiding unhealthy habits, discipline requires you to make choices that align with your long-term goals rather than giving in to immediate gratification. This is where many people falter. They focus on what feels good now rather than what will benefit them in the future. To build unbreakable self-discipline, you must also cultivate patience. Both the Stoics and Musashi understood that progress is not immediate. There will be times when it feels like nothing is happening, when the results of your hard work are invisible. But true discipline is not swayed by the need for instant results. It's about trusting the process and continuing to put in the work, day after day, even when the rewards seem distant. This long-term vision is what separates those who achieve greatness from those who give up too soon. Another key element of discipline is consistency. Musashi would train every day, no matter the conditions. He knew that consistency was more important than intensity. It's easy to give your all for a short period, but the real challenge lies in showing up consistently, even when the excitement fades. In your own life, this means setting small, achievable goals and sticking to them, even when it's hard. Over time, this consistency becomes a habit, and that habit becomes the foundation of your discipline. One of the biggest obstacles to discipline is fear. Fear of failure, fear of discomfort, fear of the unknown. The Stoics believed that fear is a natural part of life, but it should never dictate your actions. Discipline requires you to face your fears head-on, to push through the discomfort rather than avoiding it. Each time you choose discipline over fear, you strengthen your resolve. This doesn't mean the fear disappears, but it loses its power over you. Musashi also taught that discipline is a form of self-respect. To be disciplined is to honor the commitment you've made to yourself. When you skip a workout or break a promise to yourself, you erode your own confidence. But when you consistently follow through on your commitments, you build trust in yourself. This trust is crucial for long-term success. It gives you the belief that you can achieve whatever you set your mind to, because you've proven it to yourself time and time again. One of the ways Musashi built his discipline was through simplicity. He stripped away anything unnecessary from his life, focusing only on what was essential. In your own life, this means cutting out distractions, eliminating tasks that don't contribute to your goals, and focusing your energy on what truly matters. Discipline is easier to maintain when your life is simplified, when you're not constantly pulled in 1,000 different directions. The Stoics believed that another important aspect of discipline was controlling your emotions. Emotions can be powerful, but they can also be unpredictable and lead you astray. Discipline requires you to act based on reason, not emotion. When anger, frustration, or sadness arise, discipline allows you to pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with your values, rather than reacting impulsively. This emotional control is a key component of Stoic philosophy and a crucial part of building discipline. Another critical aspect of self-discipline is accountability. Both Musashi and the Stoics believed in taking full responsibility for their actions. When you make a mistake, it's easy to blame external factors, but discipline requires you to own your failures and learn from them. This accountability strengthens your discipline because it forces you to confront the consequences of your actions. Over time, this practice of taking responsibility builds a sense of integrity and fortitude that cannot be shaken. Musashi's relentless pursuit of mastery also teaches the importance of discipline in learning. He believed that you could never truly master something unless you were willing to dedicate yourself fully to it. In your own life, this means committing to continuous improvement, whether it's in your career, your relationships, or your personal growth. Discipline is not just about physical actions. It's about the mindset of always striving to be better, of never settling for mediocrity. Self-discipline also requires you to embrace discomfort. Growth rarely happens in your comfort zone. The Stoics understood this and often practiced voluntary hardship, deliberately putting themselves in uncomfortable situations to build resilience. In your own life, this might mean taking on challenges that scare you, pushing yourself beyond your limits, or doing things that others shy away from. The more you embrace discomfort, the stronger your discipline becomes. A key to maintaining discipline is focusing on your why. Musashi always kept his ultimate goal, mastery, in mind. For him, discipline wasn't about the daily grind, but about the bigger picture. In your own life, keeping your long-term vision at the forefront of your mind helps you stay disciplined, even when the tasks in front of you feel tedious. When you remember why you're doing what you're doing, it becomes easier to push through the tough moments. Discipline also requires a deep sense of self-awareness. The Stoics often reflected on their own behavior, constantly analyzing where they could improve. In your own life, this means regularly checking in with yourself. Are you staying true to your goals? Are you letting distractions pull you off course? This self-awareness allows you to make adjustments and stay disciplined, even when life gets hectic. Musashi understood that discipline also involves sacrifice. To achieve something great, you often have to give up things that others take for granted: comfort, leisure, even relationships. In your own life, this means making tough choices about how you spend your time and energy. Discipline requires you to prioritize your goals over short-term pleasures, knowing that the rewards will come later. The Stoics believed that discipline is strengthened by practicing gratitude. When you focus on what you have rather than what you lack, it becomes easier to stay disciplined. Gratitude shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance, making you more resilient in the face of challenges. In your own life, practicing gratitude for the opportunities you have, for the challenges that help you grow, strengthens your discipline by keeping you grounded and focused on what truly matters. Another essential aspect of discipline is persistence. Both Musashi and the Stoics knew that success doesn't come overnight. It's the result of consistent effort over time. Discipline is about showing up, day after day, even when it feels like you're not making progress. In your own life, this means pushing through the plateaus, trusting that each step forward, no matter how small, is bringing you closer to your goals. Discipline also requires you to set boundaries. Musashi was fiercely protective of his time and energy, knowing that distractions could derail his progress. In your own life, this means learning to say no to things that don't serve your long-term goals. Whether it's social obligations, unnecessary tasks, or toxic relationships, discipline requires you to set boundaries and protect your focus. The Stoics taught that discipline is also about managing your expectations. Life rarely goes according to plan, and setbacks are inevitable. Discipline is not about achieving perfection, but about maintaining focus and effort, even when things don't go your way. In your own life, this means learning to accept failure as part of the process, adjusting your strategy, and continuing to move forward without losing momentum. Musashi also believed that discipline is about creating routines. Routines provide structure, making it easier to stay disciplined because they remove the need to constantly make decisions. In your own life, this might mean establishing a morning routine that sets the tone for your day, or creating systems that help you stay on track with your goals. By building routines, you free up mental energy and make discipline automatic. Discipline is closely tied to self-control. Musashi was known for his ability to remain calm and focused, even in the heat of battle. In your own life, this means developing the ability to stay composed, even when things are stressful or overwhelming. Self-control allows you to act with intention rather than reacting out of emotion, and this is a crucial aspect of maintaining discipline over the long term. The Stoics also taught that discipline is about aligning your actions with your values. When your actions are in line with your beliefs, discipline becomes easier to maintain because you're driven by a deeper sense of purpose. In your own life, this means identifying your core values and using them as a guide for your daily actions. When you live in alignment with your values, discipline is no longer a chore. It becomes a natural expression of who you are. Musashi's teachings also emphasize the importance of discipline in solitude. He spent long periods alone, honing his skills and deepening his understanding of himself. In your own life, this means learning to be comfortable with solitude, using it as a time for reflection and growth. Discipline often requires you to step away from the noise of the world, to focus on your own path without seeking external validation. Another key to building discipline is embracing the idea of incremental progress. Musashi didn't become a master swordsman overnight. It was the result of years of steady, consistent improvement. In your own life, this means recognizing that progress often happens slowly, and that's okay. Each small step forward is a victory, and over time, these small victories compound into significant progress. Discipline is also about learning to manage your energy. Both Musashi and the Stoics understood that energy is a finite resource, and it must be used wisely. In your own life, this means being intentional about where you invest your time and energy, avoiding burnout by prioritizing rest and recovery. Discipline isn't about working non-stop. It's about finding the balance between effort and rest so that you can maintain long-term focus. Finally, Musashi's relentless pursuit of mastery teaches that discipline is not just about achieving external goals. It's about mastering yourself. In your own life, this means recognizing that the ultimate goal of discipline is not just success, but personal growth. Each act of discipline strengthens your character, builds resilience, and brings you closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. By integrating these teachings, you can cultivate the kind of self-discipline that not only helps you achieve your goals, but transforms your life from within. After building unbreakable self-discipline, you are now ready for the next profound step, learning to act without attachment to outcomes. Both Stoicism and Musashi's philosophy teach that while effort and action are within your control, the results are not. This truth is liberating. It allows you to focus on doing your best in every moment without being weighed down by the need to control what happens next. When you release yourself from the pressure of results, you can act with greater clarity, focus, and peace. Stoicism teaches that attachment to outcomes only leads to unnecessary suffering. When you become too focused on a specific result, your happiness and sense of fulfillment are tied to something external, something you cannot control. If the outcome doesn't meet your expectations, you feel frustrated, disappointed, or even defeated. The Stoics understood that the path to freedom lies in detaching from the outcome and putting all of your energy into the process instead. This doesn't mean you don't care about the result. It means you understand that the process is what shapes you. Musashi took a similar approach in his battles. He didn't fight to win. He fought to master his own skills, knowing that victory was a byproduct of mastery, not the ultimate goal. When you focus on the action itself, on doing your best, on refining your techniques, success often follows naturally. In life, this means dedicating yourself to the task at hand without obsessing over whether you will achieve your desired outcome. This shift in mindset allows you to act more freely, unburdened by fear or anxiety. One of the core principles of acting without attachment is understanding that control over outcomes is an illusion. The Stoics believed that while we can influence events, we can never fully control them. Many factors that determine the outcome of your actions are beyond your reach. other people's decisions, external circumstances, even luck. By accepting this reality, you free yourself from the frustration that comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. You focus instead on what is within your power, your actions, your effort, your dedication. Musashi taught that detachment from results is what enables you to act with full presence. When you are consumed by thoughts of success or failure, your mind is divided and your performance suffers. But when you act without attachment, you can give your full attention to the moment. This level of focus allows you to perform at your highest potential because you are not distracted by worry or doubt. In life, this means being fully present in whatever you are doing, giving your best effort, and letting go of the need for a specific outcome. The Stoics believed that true satisfaction comes not from achieving a goal, but from knowing that you gave your best effort. This mindset shifts your focus from the result to the process. It's not the outcome that defines you. It's the effort you put in, the dedication you showed, and the growth you experienced along the way. By adopting this mindset, you find fulfillment in every step of the journey, regardless of where it leads. This approach brings a sense of peace, even in the face of uncertainty. Musashi's relentless pursuit of mastery was rooted in this same philosophy. For him, the battle was not about defeating an opponent, but about mastering himself. The result of the fight was secondary to the lessons learned and the skills refined in the process. In life, this means focusing on self-improvement and personal growth rather than external validation. When you act without attachment to outcomes, you create space for continual growth because you are not fixated on a single destination. One of the benefits of acting without attachment is that it reduces fear of failure. When you are too focused on the outcome, the fear of not achieving it can paralyze you, preventing you from taking bold action. But when you detach from the result, failure loses its power over you. You begin to see failure as part of the process, as something that can teach you and help you grow. This shift in perspective allows you to take more risks, to pursue your goals with greater courage, knowing that even if you don't succeed, you will learn something valuable. The Stoics also believed that attachment to outcomes can cloud your judgment. When you are overly concerned with achieving a specific result, you may make decisions that compromise your values or integrity. Acting without attachment allows you to stay true to your principles, regardless of the outcome. In life, this means making decisions based on what is right, not on what will bring you the most immediate success. This kind of integrity builds inner strength and helps you navigate challenges with confidence. Musashi's ability to remain calm in battle came from his detachment from the outcome. He wasn't fighting for victory. He was fighting to refine his technique and test his abilities. This detachment allowed him to remain composed and focused, even in the most intense situations. In life, this means approaching challenges with a sense of calm and clarity, knowing that the outcome does not define you. When you act without attachment, you are able to maintain your composure no matter what happens. One of the most important lessons from Stoicism is that acting without attachment leads to greater resilience. When you are too attached to an outcome, failure can feel devastating and success can feel fleeting. But when you are focused on the process, you become more resilient to both success and failure. Neither defines you, and neither sways you from your path. In life, this resilience allows you to keep moving forward, regardless of setbacks, because you are grounded in something deeper than external results. Musashi's focus on action over outcome also teaches us the value of patience. When you are attached to a specific result, you often want it to happen quickly, leading to frustration when things don't go as planned. But when you focus on the action itself, you become more patient, trusting that the results will come in time. In life, this means allowing things to unfold naturally, without forcing or rushing the process. Patience, combined with effort, leads to more sustainable and meaningful success. The Stoics believed that detachment from outcomes also fosters humility. When you are focused on the action rather than the result, you are less likely to become arrogant or overly confident when things go well. You understand that success is not entirely within your control, and this keeps you grounded. In life, this humility allows you to remain open to learning, even when you achieve your goals. It reminds you that there is always more to learn, always more room for growth. Musashi's philosophy of focusing on action also emphasizes the importance of discipline in detachment. It takes discipline to let go of the need for immediate validation or success. In life, this means training yourself to stay committed to your goals, even when the results are slow to materialize. Discipline is what allows you to continue putting in the effort day after day without being discouraged by the lack of immediate rewards. Acting without attachment to outcomes also teaches you to find joy in the process. When you are no longer fixated on the result, you can appreciate the journey itself, the learning, the growth, the effort. This shift in perspective brings a deeper sense of fulfillment because you are not constantly chasing after something outside of yourself. In life, this means finding meaning in the work you do, regardless of whether it leads to immediate success. The Stoics also taught that detachment from outcomes allows you to stay more focused on the present moment. When you are constantly thinking about the future, you miss what is happening right now. By letting go of the need for a specific result, you can fully engage with the present, giving your best effort in every moment. In life, this presence allows you to experience more joy, more connection, and more clarity, because you are not distracted by thoughts of what might happen later. Musashi's ability to stay present in battle was a direct result of his detachment from the outcome. He wasn't worried about winning or losing. He was focused on the action in front of him. This presence allowed him to react quickly and effectively without hesitation. In life, this means being fully engaged in whatever task you are doing, whether it's a small daily chore or a major project. When you are present, you perform at your best. Acting without attachment also cultivates inner peace. The Stoics believed that the constant pursuit of external success leads to inner turmoil, because you are always striving for something outside of yourself. But when you detach from outcomes, you find peace in knowing that you are doing your best, regardless of the result. In life, this inner peace allows you to navigate challenges with a sense of calm, because you are not constantly chasing after something you cannot control. Musashi's practice of detachment also teaches us the importance of adaptability. When you are too attached to a specific outcome, you may become rigid in your approach, unwilling to adjust when circumstances change. But when you are focused on the action, you can remain flexible, adapting to whatever comes your way. In life, this adaptability is crucial because it allows you to respond to challenges with creativity and resilience, rather than being thrown off course by unexpected events. One of the most liberating aspects of acting without attachment is that it frees you from the need for external validation. When you are no longer seeking approval from others, you can act in alignment with your own values and goals. This self-reliance builds confidence and inner strength because you are no longer dependent on others to determine your worth. In life, this means trusting yourself and your abilities, regardless of whether others recognize your efforts. The Stoics also believed that acting without attachment fosters gratitude. When you are focused on the outcome, you often miss the blessings that are already present in your life. But when you let go of the need for a specific result, you become more aware of the abundance around you. In life, this gratitude helps you stay grounded and content, even when things don't go as planned. Musashi's ability to act without attachment also teaches us the value of perseverance. When you are not fixated on the outcome, you are more likely to keep going, even when the path is difficult. Perseverance is a key to success in any endeavor, because it allows you to continue putting in the effort, even when the results are not immediate. In life, this perseverance leads to long-term success, because you are not discouraged by temporary setbacks. Finally, acting without attachment allows you to cultivate a sense of freedom. When you are no longer tied to a specific result, you are free to act with intention, to pursue your goals with clarity, and to live your life with purpose. This freedom brings a sense of lightness and joy, because you are no longer burdened by the weight of expectation. In life, this freedom allows you to move through challenges with ease, knowing that you are in control of your actions, even if the outcome is uncertain. By embracing this mindset, you can unlock a deeper sense of fulfillment, resilience, and peace, knowing that true mastery lies not in the outcome, but in the action itself. The freedom gained from acting without attachment naturally leads to a deeper understanding of the present moment. When you're no longer fixated on outcomes, you open the door to living fully in the here and now. Both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings emphasize the power of mindfulness, being completely engaged with the present, free from the distractions of past regrets or future anxieties. Living in the present brings a sense of peace, clarity, and purpose, because it is the only moment we truly have control over. The Stoics believed that much of our suffering comes from living outside the present moment. We either dwell on things we cannot change or worry about what hasn't yet happened. This constant mental drifting robs us of the beauty and opportunity that exist right now. By practicing mindfulness, you learn to let go of those thoughts and focus on what's happening in the present. In life, this brings a profound sense of calm, allowing you to respond to situations with intention rather than reacting impulsively. Musashi also lived with a sharp focus on the present. In battle, the ability to stay fully present was crucial to his survival. Any distraction could be fatal. He trained his mind to be completely immersed in the moment, whether practicing his sword technique or engaging in a duel. This level of focus allowed him to anticipate his opponent's moves and act without hesitation. In life, practicing this level of mindfulness means giving your full attention to whatever you are doing, allowing you to perform at your best. One of the core teachings of Stoicism is that the present moment is where true power lies. The past is beyond our control, and the future is uncertain, but the present is where we can take action. Mindfulness allows you to center yourself in the present and focus on what you can do now. In life, this means directing your energy toward what is within your control, your thoughts, your actions, and your responses, rather than wasting it on things you cannot change. Musashi's practice of mindfulness also teaches us the importance of presence in every aspect of life, not just in moments of challenge. Whether you are working, spending time with loved ones, or simply going about your daily routine, being fully present brings greater joy and fulfillment. In life, this means savoring each moment, paying attention to the details, and appreciating the small pleasures that often go unnoticed when your mind is elsewhere. The Stoics believed that mindfulness also helps us confront our fears. Much of our anxiety stems from fears about the future, what might happen, what could go wrong. But when you focus on the present, those fears lose their grip on you. You realize that most of the things you worry about are not happening right now, and in this moment, you are safe, capable, and grounded. In life, this practice of mindfulness allows you to approach challenges with greater confidence, because you are not weighed down by fear of the unknown. Musashi's mindfulness extended to his physical actions as well. He practiced being fully aware of his body, his movements, and his surroundings. This awareness gave him a heightened sense of control and precision in his actions. In life, this teaches us the value of tuning into our bodies, whether through exercise, breathing, or simply noticing how we feel. Mindfulness brings a deeper connection between mind and body, allowing you to move through life with more grace and ease. Living in the present also allows you to develop a deeper appreciation for the people around you. When you are fully engaged in the moment, you can truly listen to others, connect with them on a deeper level, and respond with empathy and understanding. In life, this means cultivating more meaningful relationships, because you are not distracted by thoughts of what else you need to do or say. You are fully present, and that presence is a gift to yourself and those around you. The Stoics often reminded themselves of the fleeting nature of life as a way to stay grounded in the present. By acknowledging that time is limited, they were able to focus on what truly mattered in the here and now. In life, this awareness helps you prioritize your time and energy, focusing on what is most important rather than getting caught up in distractions. Mindfulness brings clarity, helping you make choices that align with your values and goals. Musashi's approach to mindfulness also highlights the importance of letting go of unnecessary thoughts. He believed that a cluttered mind was a weak mind. By practicing mindfulness, he was able to clear his thoughts and focus only on what was essential. In life, this means learning to let go of the mental clutter that distracts you from the present moment, whether it's overthinking, worrying, or dwelling on the past. When your mind is clear, you can think more effectively and act with greater precision. The Stoics taught that mindfulness also helps you deal with emotions more effectively. When you are fully present, you can observe your emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You learn to recognize them for what they are, temporary states that will pass. In life, this means approaching emotions like anger, frustration, or sadness with curiosity rather than resistance. You allow yourself to feel them without letting them control your actions, leading to more balanced and thoughtful responses. Musashi's practice of mindfulness in combat can be applied to everyday challenges. He remained calm and focused, even in the face of intense pressure, because his mind was fully engaged with the present. In life, this level of presence allows you to stay calm under pressure, to think clearly and act decisively, no matter how chaotic the situation may be. Mindfulness helps you stay grounded in the moment, reducing stress and anxiety even in the most difficult circumstances. Another benefit of living in the present is that it fosters a sense of gratitude. When you are fully aware of the present moment, you become more attuned to the things you have to be grateful for, the beauty around you, the people in your life, the opportunities you've been given. In life, this gratitude helps you maintain a positive mindset, even when things aren't going perfectly. Mindfulness brings a sense of appreciation for the small joys that often go unnoticed in the rush of daily life. The Stoics believed that mindfulness also leads to greater self-control. When you are present, you are more aware of your thoughts and impulses, giving you the ability to pause and choose your actions carefully. In life, this means practicing restraint when faced with temptation or anger, responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Mindfulness helps you stay aligned with your values, even in challenging situations. Musashi's mindfulness also teaches us the value of simplicity. By focusing on the present, he was able to strip away unnecessary distractions and focus only on what truly mattered in the moment. In life, this means simplifying your environment, your thoughts, and your actions so that you can give your full attention to what's important. Mindfulness brings clarity and focus, helping you cut through the noise and direct your energy where it's needed most. Another key aspect of mindfulness is acceptance. The Stoics believed that much of our suffering comes from resisting the reality of the present moment. wishing things were different, fighting against what is. By practicing mindfulness, you learn to accept the present as it is, without judgment or resistance. In life, this acceptance brings a sense of peace, because you are no longer fighting against the flow of events. Instead, you can focus on how to respond to the present with wisdom and grace. Musashi's mindfulness also teaches the importance of being adaptable. In battle, he was always ready to adjust his strategy based on the situation at hand, because he was fully present and aware of what was happening. In life, this means staying flexible and open to change, rather than rigidly clinging to a specific plan or outcome. Mindfulness allows you to respond to life's challenges with creativity and resilience, because you are fully engaged with what is happening now, not what you hoped would happen. Living in the present also enhances your ability to learn and grow. When you are mindful, you are more receptive to the lessons that each moment offers. You can observe your thoughts, actions, and experiences with greater clarity, leading to deeper insights and personal growth. In life, this means approaching each moment as an opportunity to learn, rather than rushing through it to get to the next task. Mindfulness helps you slow down and appreciate the value of each experience. The Stoics believed that mindfulness also helps you stay true to your purpose. When you are present, you are less likely to be swayed by distractions or external pressures. You can focus on what truly matters to you, rather than getting caught up in the noise of daily life. In life, this means staying connected to your core values and goals, even when faced with challenges or temptations. Mindfulness brings clarity and focus, allowing you to live with greater intention. Musashi's practice of mindfulness also highlights the importance of consistency. He practiced his sword technique every day, fully engaged in each movement, because he understood that mastery comes from repeated, focused effort. In life, this teaches us the value of practicing mindfulness consistently, not just when it's convenient or easy. Over time, this consistent practice deepens your ability to stay present, bringing greater peace and focus to your daily life. Mindfulness also enhances your ability to find solutions to problems. When you are fully present, you can approach challenges with a clear mind, seeing things as they are rather than through the lens of fear or frustration. In life, this means staying calm and focused when faced with obstacles, allowing you to think creatively and find solutions that you might have missed if your mind was clouded by worry. Another benefit of living in the present is that it reduces stress. Much of our stress comes from thinking about the future, worrying about what might happen, what could go wrong. But when you focus on the present, those worries fade away, because you realize that in this moment, you are okay. In life, this mindfulness brings a sense of peace, helping you manage stress more effectively and stay grounded in the face of uncertainty. The Stoics also taught that mindfulness leads to greater emotional resilience. When you are present, you can observe your emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You learn to recognize them as temporary states rather than letting them define you. In life, this emotional resilience allows you to move through challenges with greater ease because you are not controlled by your emotions, you are simply aware of them. Musashi's mindfulness also teaches us the value of focus. He believed that a scattered mind was a weak mind. By practicing mindfulness, he was able to concentrate fully on the task at hand, whether it was training or battle. In life, this means learning to focus your energy on one thing at a time, rather than constantly multitasking or getting distracted. Mindfulness brings clarity and precision to your actions, allowing you to achieve more with less effort. Living in the present also helps you cultivate patience. The Stoics believed that impatience comes from a desire to rush through the present to get to the future. But when you are fully engaged in the moment, you realize that there is value in every step of the journey. In life, this patience helps you stay focused on the process, rather than getting frustrated by the lack of immediate results. Mindfulness teaches you to trust the timing of your life. Musashi's mindfulness also emphasizes the importance of observation. He was constantly observing his surroundings, his opponents, and himself, always learning from what he saw. In life, this means paying attention to the details of your environment, noticing things that others might overlook. Mindfulness enhances your awareness, allowing you to see opportunities, challenges, and solutions more clearly. The Stoics believed that mindfulness also leads to greater inner peace. When you are fully present, you are not burdened by regrets of the past or worries about the future. You are simply here, now, fully engaged with life as it is. In life, this peace allows you to move through challenges with grace, because you are not constantly fighting against reality. You are accepting it and responding to it with wisdom. Musashi's practice of mindfulness teaches us that mastery comes from being fully present in each moment. Whether you are practicing a skill, facing a challenge, or simply going about your daily routine, the ability to stay present allows you to perform at your best. In life, this means approaching each moment as an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to improve, knowing that the present is where true mastery begins. By embracing mindfulness and living fully in the present, you unlock a deeper sense of clarity, purpose, and peace, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and grace. Having embraced the present moment through Stoic mindfulness, you are now better prepared to face one of life's most pervasive challenges: fear. Fear can paralyze, cloud judgment, and prevent you from moving forward. But when you confront fear with the right mindset, it becomes a tool for growth rather than a barrier. Both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings offer profound insights into how to conquer fear, using courage not as the absence of fear, but as the ability to act in spite of it. Now, it's time to dive deep into these powerful techniques and learn how to face adversity head-on with fearless resolve. The Stoics believed that fear often stems from uncertainty about the future. We fear what we do not know, what we cannot control, and what might go wrong. But when you adopt a Stoic mindset, you begin to see fear for what it truly is: an exaggerated projection of what could happen, not what is actually happening. By focusing on what is within your control, you shrink fear's power. In life, this means acknowledging fear, but refusing to let it dictate your actions. You reclaim your power by choosing to act despite fear, rather than being held hostage by it. Musashi's approach to fear was rooted in preparation. He understood that fear arises from the unknown, and the more you prepare, the less room there is for fear to grow. By training relentlessly, he built the confidence to face any opponent, knowing he had honed his skills to the highest level. In life, this means preparing for the challenges you face, whether in your career, personal life, or relationships, so that when fear arises, you can face it with certainty. Preparation gives you a solid foundation, reducing the fear of the unknown. The Stoics taught that courage is about perspective. Fear distorts reality, making challenges appear bigger than they are. But when you step back and view the situation from a broader perspective, you realize that fear is often irrational. In life, this means examining the source of your fear and asking yourself, is it truly as threatening as it seems? By gaining perspective, you shrink fear down to a manageable size, allowing you to act with greater clarity and courage. Musashi also believed that courage comes from the willingness to embrace discomfort. He didn't shy away from difficult battles or challenging situations because he knew that true growth comes from pushing through discomfort. In life, this means facing your fears head-on, knowing that the discomfort is temporary, but the lessons you learn will last. Each time you step into discomfort, you build resilience, making it easier to face future challenges without fear. Another technique the Stoics used to conquer fear was practicing voluntary hardship. By deliberately putting themselves in uncomfortable situations, they built the mental strength to handle adversity when it came. In life, this means challenging yourself to face small fears regularly, whether it's public speaking, difficult conversations, or trying something new. Over time, these small acts of courage accumulate, giving you the confidence to tackle bigger fears with ease. Musashi's fearless mindset also teaches the importance of decisiveness. Fear often paralyzes us because we are afraid of making the wrong choice. But Musashi knew that indecision is more dangerous than taking action. In life, this means learning to make decisions quickly and confidently, even in the face of uncertainty. Courage is not about always being right. It's about being willing to act and adapt as you go. Each decision becomes a step forward, regardless of the outcome. The Stoics believed that fear can be transformed into a source of strength. Instead of letting fear weaken you, you can use it as motivation to improve yourself. In life, this means seeing fear as an indicator of where you need to grow. If you are afraid of failure, it's a sign that you need to develop more resilience. If you are afraid of rejection, it's a sign that you need to build more confidence. By facing your fears, you turn them into opportunities for personal growth. Musashi also knew that fear often comes from overthinking. The more you dwell on what might happen, the more fear grows. His philosophy was to act without hesitation, trusting in his training and abilities. In life, this means learning to quiet your mind when fear arises, focusing on the action in front of you rather than the worst-case scenario. By staying present and acting decisively, you prevent fear from spiraling out of control. The Stoics taught that courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act despite it. Fear is a natural human emotion, but it does not have to control you. In life, this means accepting that fear will always be present in some form, but you can choose how you respond to it. Courage is the decision to move forward, even when fear is whispering in your ear. Each act of courage strengthens your resolve, making it easier to face the next challenge. Musashi's approach to fear also involved a deep understanding of impermanence. He knew that nothing in life is permanent, not success, not failure, not even life itself. This understanding allowed him to approach each battle with a sense of fearlessness, knowing that even in defeat, there was something to be gained. In life, this means embracing the reality that failure is not the end. Each setback is temporary, and each challenge is an opportunity to learn. When you release the fear of failure, you are free to act with greater courage and creativity. The Stoics believed that one of the most effective ways to conquer fear is through reason. Fear often arises from irrational thoughts and assumptions. By questioning those thoughts and examining them through the lens of logic, you can strip fear of its power. In life, this means asking yourself, is this fear based on fact or speculation? By challenging your fears with reason, you dismantle the false beliefs that fuel them, allowing you to act with greater confidence. Musashi also practiced mental clarity as a way to combat fear. In battle, a cluttered mind leads to hesitation, and hesitation can lead to defeat. He trained himself to clear his mind of distractions, focusing only on the task at hand. In life, this means practicing mindfulness and mental discipline, learning to let go of the thoughts and worries that cloud your judgment. When your mind is clear, fear loses its grip, and you can act with purpose and precision. The Stoics believed that fear often stems from attachment to outcomes, to people, or to possessions. When you are overly attached, the fear of losing what you have becomes overwhelming. In life, this means practicing detachment, learning to appreciate what you have without becoming dependent on it. By letting go of attachment, you free yourself from the fear of loss, allowing you to face challenges with a sense of calm and courage. Musashi's fearlessness was also rooted in his commitment to mastery. He believed that the more you dedicate yourself to mastering a skill, the less fear you will feel. Mastery brings confidence, and confidence is the antidote to fear. In life, this means focusing on honing your skills, whether in your profession, hobbies, or personal development. The more you improve, the more equipped you are to face challenges without fear. The Stoics also taught that courage is about focusing on what you can control. Fear often arises from feeling powerless, but when you shift your focus to the things you can influence, your actions, your mindset, your effort, fear diminishes. In life, this means taking ownership of your situation and refusing to be a passive participant. By actively engaging with what you can control, you take the reins of your life, pushing fear aside. Musashi's philosophy of living with no fear also involved accepting death as a natural part of life. He believed that once you accept the inevitability of death, fear loses its power over you. In life, this means embracing the finite nature of existence, understanding that fear of the unknown will always be present, but it doesn't have to rule your decisions. Accepting that life has an end allows you to live more fully, without being held back by fear of what might happen. The Stoics believed that fear is often a result of living in the future, worrying about what might happen, rather than focusing on the present. By staying grounded in the present moment, you strip fear of its power. In life, this means practicing mindfulness and staying engaged with what is happening now, rather than letting your mind wander to future possibilities. When you are fully present, fear has no room to grow. Musashi's approach to conquering fear also involved a deep trust in his instincts. He believed that overthinking leads to hesitation, but trusting your instincts allows you to act with confidence. In life, this means learning to trust yourself and your abilities, even when fear tells you otherwise. The more you trust your intuition, the less fear will influence your decisions. The Stoics also believed that community plays a role in overcoming fear. By surrounding yourself with supportive, like-minded individuals, you create a network of strength that helps you face challenges with courage. In life, this means seeking out people who inspire and encourage you, who push you to be your best and help you confront your fears. Courage is contagious, and being around others who face fear with bravery will inspire you to do the same. Musashi's fearlessness was also tied to his sense of purpose. He knew why he fought, and that purpose gave him the strength to face any opponent without fear. In life, this means connecting deeply with your own purpose, whether it's your career, your relationships, or your personal growth. When you are clear on why you do what you do, fear becomes a secondary concern. Purpose gives you the motivation to push through fear and keep moving forward. The Stoics taught that another way to conquer fear is by focusing on gratitude. When you are grateful for what you have, fear of losing it diminishes. In life, this means practicing gratitude daily, recognizing the abundance around you and appreciating the present moment. Gratitude shifts your mindset from fear of scarcity to appreciation of what is, allowing you to face challenges with a sense of fullness rather than lack. Musashi also believed that courage comes from embracing risk. He didn't avoid dangerous situations, he sought them out, knowing that each battle was an opportunity to grow. In life, this means learning to embrace risk, understanding that without risk, there is no reward. Courage is about stepping into the unknown, knowing that even if you fail, you will gain something valuable from the experience. The Stoics believed that fear is often based on our perception of events, not the events themselves. By changing the way you perceive a situation, you can change the way you respond to it. In life, this means reframing your fears, seeing them as challenges to overcome rather than threats to avoid. When you change your perception, you transform fear into an opportunity for growth. Musashi's fearless mindset also teaches us the importance of perseverance. He didn't expect success to come easily, and he didn't let fear of failure stop him from pursuing his goals. In life, this means continuing to push forward, even when fear tries to hold you back. Courage is about persistence, about refusing to give up even when the path is difficult. Each step forward, no matter how small, is an act of courage. Finally, both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings remind us that courage is a practice, not a one-time event. Every day presents new opportunities to face fear, to act with bravery, and to grow stronger. In life, this means committing to the practice of courage, knowing that each time you face fear head-on, you build the strength to conquer it again and again. Courage becomes a way of life, allowing you to move through the world with confidence, resilience, and fearlessness. Having confronted fear with courage and resilience, the next step on your journey is to embrace the power of stillness. Stillness is not about inaction, but about finding calmness amidst chaos, clarity before decision, and peace even when the world around you is moving fast. Both the Stoics and Musashi knew that true strength comes not only from bold actions, but from the ability to be still, to pause and reflect before engaging with life's challenges. In stillness, you find wisdom, and in that wisdom, you discover the clarity to act with purpose. The Stoics believed that stillness begins with self-reflection. By taking time each day to reflect on your thoughts, actions, and emotions, you gain deeper insight into yourself and the world around you. In life, this means cultivating moments of silence where you can process the events of the day without distraction. Reflection gives you the chance to learn from your experiences and approach future situations with greater understanding. It is in these quiet moments that you discover your true intentions and motivations. Musashi understood that stillness before action was essential for success in battle. He often spoke of the calm that comes before a decisive move, the ability to wait, to observe, and to anticipate. In life, this translates to the power of pausing before making decisions. When you allow yourself time to be still, you can see things more clearly, weighing your options without being rushed by emotion or external pressures. Stillness creates space for wisdom to emerge, leading to more thoughtful and effective actions. The Stoics also taught that stillness allows you to reconnect with your inner self. In a world filled with noise and constant distractions, stillness is a way to return to the core of who you are. In life, this means learning to step away from the chaos, finding moments where you can be alone with your thoughts and reflect on what truly matters. It is in these moments that you can realign with your values, stripping away the distractions that pull you away from your purpose. Musashi's emphasis on stillness was not just physical, but also mental. He believed that a clear mind, free from distractions and unnecessary thoughts, was the key to mastering any skill. In life, this means practicing mindfulness, learning to quiet the mental chatter that clouds your judgment. When your mind is still, you can focus more deeply on the task at hand, achieving greater precision and insight. Mental stillness brings clarity, helping you make decisions that are aligned with your goals. The Stoics believed that stillness also helps you gain perspective. When you are constantly in motion, it is easy to get caught up in the immediate challenges and lose sight of the bigger picture. Stillness allows you to step back and see things from a broader view. In life, this means taking time to pause and reflect on your long-term goals and the direction in which you are heading. By creating space for stillness, you can reassess your path and make adjustments before moving forward with renewed purpose. Musashi's practice of stillness before battle teaches the importance of patience. He knew that rushing into action without fully understanding the situation could lead to mistakes. In life, this means cultivating patience, knowing that sometimes the best course of action is to wait. Stillness gives you the opportunity to gather information, assess the situation, and plan your next steps carefully. Patience, combined with stillness, allows you to act with greater precision and confidence. The Stoics also taught that stillness helps you manage your emotions. When you are constantly reacting to life's events without pausing, emotions like anger, frustration, or anxiety can take control. In life, practicing stillness means taking a step back when emotions run high, allowing yourself time to process your feelings before responding. This emotional stillness helps you maintain balance, preventing rash decisions and emotional outbursts that could derail your progress. Musashi believed that stillness was a form of discipline. It takes self-control to remain calm and still when everything around you is in motion. In life, this means learning to resist the urge to act impulsively or react out of frustration. Stillness is a form of strength, allowing you to remain centered and focused even in the midst of chaos. By mastering the art of stillness, you develop the discipline to stay calm under pressure and act with intention rather than impulse. The Stoics often used stillness as a way to connect with nature and the universe. By finding peace in the natural world, they gained a sense of perspective and serenity that helped them navigate life's challenges. In life, this means seeking out moments of quiet in nature, whether it's a walk in the park, sitting by the ocean, or simply observing the beauty of the world around you. Nature provides a sense of stillness that reminds you of your place in the larger scheme of things, helping you find peace in the present moment. Musashi's stillness was also about awareness. In battle, he remained hyper-aware of his surroundings, using stillness to observe his opponent's movements and anticipate their actions. In life, this means cultivating awareness in your daily activities. When you are still, you notice things you might have missed in the rush of everyday life, the subtle emotions of others, the small opportunities that present themselves, and the quiet signs that guide you toward your next step. Awareness through stillness brings a deeper understanding of the world around you. The Stoics believed that stillness was essential for maintaining inner peace. By learning to quiet the mind and detach from external distractions, they found a sense of calm that allowed them to face adversity with resilience. In life, this means creating moments of stillness in your day where you can disconnect from the noise and reconnect with your inner peace. This practice of stillness helps you cultivate a sense of calm that carries you through life's challenges with grace and strength. Musashi's emphasis on stillness also highlights the importance of being in control of your energy. He knew that conserving his energy before a decisive move was crucial for success. In life, this means learning to manage your energy wisely, knowing when to take action and when to conserve your strength. Stillness allows you to recharge and refocus so that when the time comes to act, you can do so with full power and intention. Energy management through stillness is key to long-term success and sustainability. The Stoics believed that stillness is a pathway to wisdom. By creating space for reflection and contemplation, they were able to gain deeper insights into life's complexities. In life, this means making time for stillness each day, whether through meditation, journaling, or quiet contemplation. In these moments of stillness, wisdom emerges, helping you see things more clearly and make decisions that are aligned with your values and goals. Musashi's practice of stillness teaches the value of observation. He knew that the more still you are, the more you can observe and learn from your surroundings. In life, this means practicing the art of observation in your daily activities. When you slow down and allow yourself to be still, you notice the details that others miss, the subtle shifts in a conversation, the underlying emotions in a situation, and the opportunities that are often hidden in plain sight. Observation through stillness leads to greater awareness and understanding. The Stoics believed that stillness also fosters resilience. When you learn to be still in the face of adversity, you develop the strength to endure life's challenges without being overwhelmed. In life, this means practicing stillness when faced with difficulty, allowing yourself time to process the situation before reacting. Stillness gives you the mental and emotional space to regain your balance and approach challenges with a clear mind and a calm heart. Musashi's mastery of stillness teaches us the importance of timing. He knew that the right action taken at the right moment could change the course of a battle. In life, this means using stillness to wait for the right moment to act. When you are still, you can sense the flow of events and anticipate the best time to make your move. Timing, combined with stillness, gives you the advantage in any situation, allowing you to act with precision and effectiveness. The Stoics also believed that stillness helps you connect with your inner purpose. By quieting the distractions of the external world, you can tune in to your deeper sense of meaning and direction. In life, this means creating space for stillness where you can reflect on your goals and values. Stillness helps you reconnect with your purpose, reminding you of why you do what you do, and giving you the clarity to move forward with intention and conviction. Musashi's practice of stillness teaches us the value of restraint. He knew that sometimes the best action is no action at all, waiting for the right moment rather than forcing a situation. In life, this means learning to exercise restraint, knowing when to hold back and when to move forward. Stillness helps you develop the patience to wait for the right opportunity, rather than rushing into action prematurely. The Stoics believed that stillness was essential for cultivating a sense of gratitude. In the quiet moments of reflection, they found an appreciation for life's simple pleasures and the blessings they had. In life, this means practicing gratitude through stillness, taking time each day to reflect on what you are thankful for. Stillness brings a sense of contentment, helping you appreciate the present moment and the abundance that already exists in your life. Musashi's stillness before action teaches us the importance of focus. He knew that in order to succeed, he had to eliminate all distractions and focus solely on the task at hand. In life, this means using stillness to clear your mind and focus your energy on what matters most. When you are still, you can concentrate more deeply, achieving greater clarity and effectiveness in your actions. Focus through stillness leads to success in all areas of life. The Stoics also believed that stillness helps you develop emotional resilience. When you learn to be still in the face of strong emotions, you gain the ability to process those emotions without being overwhelmed by them. In life, this means practicing emotional stillness, allowing yourself time to feel and process your emotions without reacting impulsively. Stillness helps you stay grounded in difficult times, giving you the strength to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Musashi's emphasis on stillness before battle teaches us the importance of confidence. He knew that stillness before action gave him the clarity and focus to act with confidence, knowing that he had prepared for the moment. In life, this means using stillness to build your confidence, knowing that when the time comes to act, you will be ready. Stillness brings a sense of calm certainty, allowing you to approach challenges with a confident and composed mindset. The Stoics believed that stillness also allows you to let go of attachment. By finding peace in the present moment, you release the need to control outcomes or hold on to things that no longer serve you. In life, this means practicing detachment through stillness, learning to let go of what you cannot control and focusing on what truly matters. Stillness brings a sense of freedom, allowing you to move through life with greater ease and flexibility. Musashi's practice of stillness teaches us the value of humility. He knew that stillness allowed him to observe and learn from others, understanding that there was always more to master. In life, this means practicing humility through stillness, knowing that there is always room for growth and improvement. Stillness opens your mind to new perspectives, allowing you to learn from every experience and every person you encounter. The Stoics believed that stillness also helps you cultivate compassion. By being still and present with yourself, you develop a deeper sense of empathy and understanding for others. In life, this means practicing stillness in your relationships, allowing yourself to truly listen and connect with others without distraction. Stillness creates space for compassion, helping you build stronger and more meaningful connections with the people around you. Musashi's mastery of stillness teaches us the importance of preparation. He knew that stillness before action allowed him to gather his strength and focus his energy for the battle ahead. In life, this means using stillness to prepare yourself mentally, emotionally, and physically for the challenges you face. Stillness gives you the time and space to recharge, so that when the time comes to act, you can do so with full power and intention. The Stoics believed that stillness is a pathway to true freedom. When you learn to be still, you are no longer a prisoner to the constant demands of the external world. In life, this means practicing stillness to find freedom from the pressures of society, the expectations of others, and the noise of the world around you. Stillness brings a sense of liberation, allowing you to live more authentically and true to yourself. Through the art of stillness, both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings show us that true power comes not from constant action, but from the ability to pause, reflect, and act with clarity and purpose. Stillness is the foundation for peace, wisdom, and strength, guiding you through life's challenges with grace and resilience. After mastering the art of stillness and finding clarity in moments of quiet, the next crucial step is developing an unyielding sense of purpose. Purpose is what gives your actions meaning and drives you forward, even when obstacles arise. Both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings are centered on the idea of living with purpose, knowing why you do what you do, and staying committed to that reason with unwavering determination. Purpose provides direction, helping you stay focused on what truly matters as you navigate through life's challenges. The Stoics believed that purpose is deeply rooted in virtue. For them, living with purpose meant aligning your actions with moral principles, acting with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. In life, this means reflecting on your core values and ensuring that your purpose is built upon a foundation of integrity. When your purpose is aligned with your values, it becomes easier to stay committed, even when the path is difficult, because you know that what you are pursuing is meaningful. Musashi's life was a testament to the power of purpose. His purpose was mastery, not just of swordsmanship, but of himself. Every action he took, every decision he made, was guided by his unrelenting pursuit of perfection in his craft. In life, this means defining what mastery looks like for you. Whether it's mastering a skill, a career, or personal growth, having a clear vision of your ultimate goal gives your life structure and focus. Purpose becomes the compass that guides your every step, keeping you moving toward your goal no matter what obstacles arise. The Stoics also taught that purpose must be internally driven. Many people base their sense of purpose on external validation, seeking approval from others or chasing material success. But true purpose comes from within, from a deep sense of who you are and what you are meant to contribute to the world. In life, this means taking the time to explore your inner self, to understand your strengths, passions, and values. When your purpose is self-defined, it becomes a source of inner strength that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. Musashi's sense of purpose was also deeply personal. He did not compare himself to others or seek recognition for his achievements. His purpose was his own, and it was this internal focus that allowed him to stay committed to his path. In life, this means letting go of the need to measure your success by others' standards. Your purpose is unique to you, and your journey is your own. By focusing on your own path and staying true to your own vision, you develop the resilience to stay committed, even when others may not understand or support your choices. The Stoics believed that purpose provides meaning in times of adversity. When faced with challenges, it is easy to feel lost or overwhelmed. But when you have a strong sense of purpose, you can find meaning even in hardship. In life, this means using your purpose as an anchor during difficult times. Instead of being discouraged by obstacles, you see them as part of the journey, knowing that each challenge is an opportunity to grow and move closer to your ultimate goal. Purpose transforms adversity into fuel for your progress. Musashi's relentless pursuit of mastery also teaches the importance of discipline in fulfilling your purpose. He understood that purpose alone is not enough. It must be backed by consistent action. In life, this means committing to daily habits and routines that align with your purpose. Whether it's practicing a skill, working toward a career goal, or improving yourself, discipline is what bridges the gap between your purpose and your achievements. Purpose gives you the reason, but discipline gives you the method to reach it. The Stoics believed that purpose is not about achieving a specific outcome, but about living in alignment with your values every day. For them, purpose was about the process, not the destination. In life, this means focusing on how you live each day, rather than fixating on the end result. Purpose becomes a guiding principle that shapes your actions, helping you make choices that are aligned with your values and goals. This approach brings a deeper sense of fulfillment, because you are living with intention rather than chasing an elusive future. Musashi's sense of purpose also involved embracing challenges as a way to grow. He sought out difficult opponents and tested himself in battle, knowing that true mastery could only be achieved through struggle. In life, this means seeing challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities to strengthen your sense of purpose. Each challenge you face helps you clarify your goals and deepen your commitment to your path. Purpose gives you the resilience to keep going, even when the road is hard, because you understand that the struggle is part of the journey. The Stoics taught that purpose also provides clarity in decision-making. When you have a clear sense of purpose, it becomes easier to make choices that are aligned with your goals. In life, this means using your purpose as a filter for your decisions. When faced with a choice, ask yourself, does this move me closer to my purpose, or does it distract me from it? Purpose simplifies your life by eliminating distractions and helping you focus on what truly matters. Musashi's sense of purpose was also deeply rooted in self-reliance. He did not depend on others to define his path or to support his journey. He took full responsibility for his own growth and success. In life, this means developing a strong sense of self-reliance, knowing that your purpose is your own to fulfill. While others may offer guidance or support, ultimately, you are responsible for staying committed to your purpose. This self-reliance gives you the confidence to persevere, even when the road is lonely. The Stoics believed that purpose gives life a sense of direction. Without purpose, life can feel aimless, like drifting without a destination. But with purpose, every action has meaning, and every step moves you closer to your goal. In life, this means taking the time to define your purpose clearly. What is it that you want to achieve? What values do you want to live by? By answering these questions, you give your life direction, helping you stay focused and motivated even when the path is uncertain. Musashi's unwavering sense of purpose also teaches the importance of resilience. He faced countless battles and challenges, but he never wavered in his commitment to his path. In life, this means developing the resilience to keep going, even when things don't go as planned. Purpose gives you the strength to endure setbacks and failures, knowing that they are part of the journey toward your ultimate goal. With a strong sense of purpose, you can face adversity with courage and determination, because you know that nothing can shake your commitment. The Stoics believed that purpose also brings a sense of fulfillment. When you live with purpose, you find meaning in your actions, and that brings a deeper sense of satisfaction than external success ever could. In life, this means focusing on the intrinsic rewards of living with purpose, knowing that you are making a positive impact, growing as a person, and staying true to your values. Purpose brings a sense of contentment, because you know that your life is aligned with what truly matters to you. Musashi's sense of purpose was also tied to his pursuit of excellence. He believed that true mastery could only be achieved through a lifelong commitment to improvement. In life, this means approaching your purpose with a mindset of continual growth. Purpose is not about reaching a final destination, but about constantly striving to be better, to learn more, and to refine your craft. This commitment to excellence gives your life a sense of momentum, pushing you forward and keeping you engaged in the process. The Stoics taught that purpose also helps you stay grounded in the face of distractions. In a world filled with noise and constant demands for your attention, purpose acts as a compass, guiding you back to what truly matters. In life, this means using your purpose to filter out distractions and stay focused on your goals. When you are clear on your purpose, it becomes easier to say no to things that don't serve you, allowing you to direct your energy toward what is most important. Musashi's purpose-driven life also teaches the value of solitude. He often withdrew from society to focus on his training and reflection, knowing that purpose requires periods of introspection and self-examination. In life, this means creating space for solitude, where you can reconnect with your purpose and reflect on your progress. Solitude helps you clear your mind of distractions and refocus on what truly matters, ensuring that you stay aligned with your goals. The Stoics believed that purpose gives life a sense of coherence. When you have a clear sense of purpose, everything in your life begins to fit together. Your actions, your values, and your goals all align in harmony. In life, this means integrating your purpose into every aspect of your life, from your career to your relationships to your personal growth. Purpose brings a sense of unity to your life, helping you feel more centered and connected to what truly matters. Musashi's unwavering sense of purpose also teaches the importance of perseverance. He did not expect the path to mastery to be easy, and he embraced the challenges and setbacks along the way. In life, this means developing the perseverance to keep going, even when the road is difficult. Purpose gives you the determination to push through obstacles, knowing that each challenge is an opportunity to grow and move closer to your goal. With purpose, you become unstoppable. The Stoics believed that purpose also provides a sense of peace. When you know that your actions are aligned with your values and your goals, you can move through life with a sense of calm and confidence. In life, this means trusting in your purpose, knowing that it will guide you through the challenges and uncertainties of life. Purpose brings a sense of peace, because you know that you are living in alignment with what truly matters to you. Musashi's sense of purpose was also tied to his sense of honor. He believed that living with purpose meant living with integrity and staying true to his principles, even in the face of adversity. In life, this means holding yourself to a high standard of conduct, knowing that your purpose is not just about achieving your goals, but about how you live along the way. Purpose brings a sense of honor and dignity to your life, because you know that you are living with integrity and staying true to your values. The Stoics taught that purpose also helps you navigate uncertainty. When the path ahead is unclear, purpose provides a guiding light that helps you stay focused on what matters. In life, this means using your purpose as a compass when faced with difficult decisions or uncertain times. Purpose gives you the clarity to keep moving forward, even when the future is unknown, because you know that your actions are aligned with your ultimate goal. Musashi's sense of purpose was also deeply connected to his understanding of impermanence. He knew that life was fleeting and that purpose was what gave it meaning. In life, this means recognizing the transient nature of existence and using that awareness to fuel your commitment to your purpose. Purpose gives you the motivation to make the most of each moment, knowing that your time is limited. With purpose, every action becomes meaningful because you are fully engaged in the pursuit of what truly matters. The Stoics believed that purpose brings a sense of direction and fulfillment that cannot be shaken by external events. In life, this means cultivating a purpose that is rooted in your core values and using it as a guiding force to navigate challenges and uncertainties with resilience and conviction. Having developed an unyielding sense of purpose, the next step is learning to strip away what doesn't serve that purpose. Both Stoicism and Musashi's philosophy emphasize the importance of simplicity. The more we fill our lives with excess, whether material possessions, unnecessary commitments, or mental clutter, the more we dilute our energy and focus. Simplicity is not about deprivation, but about freeing yourself to concentrate on what truly matters. When you learn to let go of the excess, you make room for what is essential, allowing your purpose to shine more clearly. The Stoics believed that unnecessary desires and material attachments weigh us down. They taught that happiness comes not from accumulation, but from appreciating what is already within reach. In life, this means examining your relationship with possessions and letting go of things that don't add value. When you declutter your physical space, you create a sense of peace and clarity, allowing you to focus on what truly enriches your life. Simplicity is not about having less, but about making space for what matters more. Musashi lived a life of deliberate simplicity, focused solely on mastering his craft. He avoided distractions, understanding that excess only complicates the path to mastery. In life, this means prioritizing your time and energy. By cutting out unnecessary activities and commitments, you gain more space to devote to your purpose. Simplicity allows you to channel your resources toward the things that truly matter, bringing greater focus and efficiency to your daily life. The Stoics also taught that mental clutter, overthinking, worrying, and dwelling on the past prevents you from living fully in the present. In life, this means practicing mental minimalism, learning to let go of thoughts and worries that don't serve you. When you free your mind from unnecessary distractions, you create space for clarity, allowing you to focus on your goals and values with greater precision. Mental simplicity brings peace and enables you to make decisions with more confidence and less hesitation. Musashi understood that simplicity is a form of strength. By stripping away what is unnecessary, he could concentrate all his energy on what was essential: his training, his discipline, and his mastery. In life, this means embracing simplicity as a way to strengthen your focus. When you let go of the distractions that pull you in different directions, you become more effective in everything you do. Simplicity sharpens your focus, allowing you to make more meaningful progress toward your goals. The Stoics believed that letting go of excess desires leads to greater freedom. When you are constantly chasing after more possessions, more success, more validation, you become a prisoner to those desires. In life, this means learning to be content with what you have and focusing on the essentials. When you free yourself from the need for excess, you gain a sense of liberation, allowing you to live with more peace and purpose. Musashi's principle of simplicity also extended to his decision-making process. He knew that overcomplicating decisions could lead to hesitation and mistakes. In life, this means simplifying the way you approach choices. Instead of weighing every possible outcome or overanalyzing every detail, focus on what is essential and make decisions that align with your core values. Simplicity in decision-making leads to more confident and effective actions, reducing the stress and uncertainty that come with overcomplication. The Stoics also taught that simplicity fosters contentment. When you learn to appreciate the simple pleasures of life, you no longer feel the need to constantly seek out more. In life, this means finding joy in the everyday moments, whether it's a quiet morning, a meaningful conversation, or the satisfaction of a job well done. Simplicity brings a sense of gratitude, helping you appreciate what you have rather than always wanting more. This contentment allows you to focus on what truly brings fulfillment. Musashi's focus on simplicity also teaches the importance of efficiency. He believed that unnecessary movements, both physical and mental, were wasted energy. In life, this means streamlining your actions and eliminating anything that doesn't contribute to your goals. Whether it's simplifying your workflow, decluttering your schedule, or cutting out distractions, simplicity allows you to achieve more with less effort. Efficiency through simplicity leads to greater productivity and progress. The Stoics believed that by focusing on the essentials, you can avoid unnecessary stress. Much of the anxiety in life comes from trying to manage too many things at once: possessions, commitments, responsibilities. In life, this means identifying what is truly important and letting go of the rest. When you focus on what matters most, you reduce the mental and emotional burden that comes with juggling too many priorities. Simplicity brings a sense of calm and balance, allowing you to move through life with greater ease. Musashi's commitment to simplicity also teaches the value of discipline. It takes discipline to resist the temptation of excess, whether it's in the form of material possessions or distractions. In life, this means practicing the discipline of saying no to things that don't serve your purpose. Simplicity requires you to make deliberate choices about how you spend your time, energy, and resources. By staying disciplined in your pursuit of simplicity, you free yourself from the clutter that can derail your progress. The Stoics also taught that simplicity allows for greater self-awareness. When you strip away the excess, you are left with a clearer understanding of who you are and what truly matters to you. In life, this means using simplicity as a tool for self-reflection. By letting go of the things that don't serve you, you can focus on your core values and purpose, gaining a deeper sense of self-awareness. Simplicity brings clarity, helping you live more authentically and in alignment with your true self. Musashi's focus on simplicity also extended to his interactions with others. He believed in clear, direct communication, avoiding unnecessary words or actions. In life, this means simplifying your relationships by being honest and straightforward. Let go of the need for pretense or overcomplication and focus on building genuine, meaningful connections. Simplicity in communication leads to stronger, more authentic relationships, free from the misunderstandings and conflicts that often arise from overcomplication. The Stoics believed that letting go of excess helps you live more in the present. When you are not constantly seeking more or worrying about what you don't have, You can fully appreciate the present moment. In life, this means practicing mindfulness and focusing on what is happening right now, rather than being distracted by future desires or past regrets. Simplicity allows you to live more fully in the present, bringing a sense of peace and fulfillment. Musashi's principle of simplicity also teaches the importance of adaptability. By living simply, he was able to move quickly and adapt to changing circumstances without being weighed down by unnecessary baggage. In life, this means embracing simplicity as a way to stay flexible and adaptable. When you are not burdened by excess, you can respond to challenges and opportunities with greater agility, making it easier to navigate life's uncertainties. The Stoics also taught that simplicity leads to greater resilience. When you focus on the essentials, you build a solid foundation that can withstand life's challenges. In life, this means simplifying your goals, routines, and possessions so that you are not overwhelmed when difficulties arise. Simplicity helps you stay grounded and resilient, giving you the strength to persevere even in the face of adversity. Musashi's commitment to simplicity also highlights the importance of clarity of purpose. He knew that by focusing on what was essential, he could stay true to his path without being distracted by unnecessary pursuits. This means using simplicity as a way to stay focused on your purpose. Let go of anything that pulls you away from your goals and concentrate on what truly matters. Simplicity brings clarity, helping you stay aligned with your vision and purpose. The Stoics believed that simplicity also fosters independence. When you are not reliant on external possessions or validation, you gain a sense of self-sufficiency and freedom. In life, this means letting go of the need for external approval or material wealth and focusing on what brings you true fulfillment. Simplicity allows you to live more independently, free from the pressures of societal expectations or material desires. Musashi's focus on simplicity also teaches the value of focus. He believed that by eliminating distractions, he could concentrate fully on his training and mastery. In life, this means using simplicity as a way to sharpen your focus. By letting go of unnecessary commitments and distractions, you can concentrate more fully on your goals, achieving greater progress and success. Simplicity enhances your ability to focus, allowing you to accomplish more with less. The Stoics also taught that simplicity leads to greater happiness. When you let go of the need for excess and focus on what truly matters, you free yourself from the constant pursuit of more. In life, this means finding contentment in the essentials and appreciating the simple pleasures of life. Simplicity brings a sense of happiness and fulfillment because you are no longer chasing after things that don't bring lasting joy. Musashi's principle of simplicity also teaches the importance of mindfulness. He believed that by focusing on the present moment and letting go of distractions, he could perform at his best. In life, this means practicing mindfulness through simplicity, letting go of unnecessary thoughts and focusing on the task at hand. Simplicity brings a sense of mindfulness, allowing you to be fully present and engaged in whatever you are doing. The Stoics believed that simplicity also helps you build stronger relationships. When you let go of the need for excess in your interactions, you can focus on building genuine, meaningful connections. In life, this means simplifying your relationships by being honest, open, and direct. Let go of the need for pretense or superficial interactions and focus on what truly matters: authentic connection and mutual respect. Musashi's commitment to simplicity also teaches the value of humility. He believed that living simply allowed him to focus on his growth and mastery without being distracted by ego or vanity. In life, this means embracing simplicity as a way to stay humble and grounded. Let go of the need for recognition or material success, and focus on your own personal growth. Simplicity fosters humility, allowing you to stay true to your purpose without being swayed by external validation. The Stoics taught that simplicity also leads to greater freedom of thought. When you are not weighed down by unnecessary desires or distractions, you can think more clearly and make decisions with greater confidence. In life, this means practicing mental simplicity by letting go of overthinking and focusing on what is most important. Simplicity brings freedom of thought, allowing you to approach life's challenges with clarity and purpose. Musashi's principle of simplicity also teaches the importance of balance. He believed that by simplifying his life, he could create a sense of balance between his physical, mental, and spiritual pursuits. In life, this means using simplicity to create balance in your own life. By letting go of excess, you can create space for all the things that truly matter. Simplicity helps you achieve balance, allowing you to live a more harmonious and fulfilling life. The Stoics believed that simplicity also fosters gratitude. When you focus on the essentials, you learn to appreciate what you have rather than constantly seeking more. In life, this means practicing gratitude through simplicity. By letting go of excess, you can find joy in the simple things and appreciate the abundance that already exists in your life. Simplicity brings a sense of gratitude, helping you live with more contentment and peace. Musashi's focus on simplicity also teaches the importance of self-discipline. It takes discipline to live simply, to resist the temptation of excess, and focus on what truly matters. In life, this means practicing self-discipline by letting go of distractions and unnecessary commitments. Simplicity requires you to make deliberate choices about how you spend your time, energy, and resources. Self-discipline through simplicity leads to greater focus and progress toward your goals. The Stoics also believed that simplicity leads to greater wisdom. When you let go of the noise and clutter of life, you can focus more deeply on what is truly important. In life, this means using simplicity as a way to cultivate wisdom. By focusing on the essentials and letting go of distractions, you gain a clearer perspective and deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. Simplicity brings wisdom, helping you make better decisions and live with greater purpose. As you strip away the excess and focus on what truly matters, the next challenge that inevitably arises is facing failure. Both Stoicism and Musashi's life philosophy offer profound lessons on how to view failure, not as a setback, but as an essential part of the journey toward mastery and growth. Failure is unavoidable, but how you respond to it determines your ultimate success. Embracing failure with resilience, seeing it as a teacher rather than an obstacle, is key to progressing along your path. The Stoics believed that failure is an opportunity to practice virtue. When things go wrong, you have the chance to develop qualities like patience, perseverance, and humility. In life, this means reframing failure as an opportunity for personal growth rather than something to be feared or avoided. Each failure presents a moment to reflect on what can be learned and how you can grow stronger. Stoic resilience turns failure into a stepping stone, guiding you forward instead of holding you back. Musashi viewed failure as an inevitable part of mastery. For him, failure was not something to fear, but something to expect. He understood that true growth comes from testing your limits and pushing beyond them. In life, this means accepting that failure is part of the process of becoming great at anything. You cannot avoid it, but you can embrace it. The discomfort of failure is temporary, but the lessons you gain from it will last a lifetime. It sharpens your skills, deepens your understanding, and strengthens your resolve. The Stoics taught that how you respond to failure is more important than the failure itself. When you fail, it is not the event that defines you, but how you choose to react. In life, this means cultivating emotional resilience, learning to stay calm and focused, even in the face of disappointment. Instead of letting failure overwhelm you, view it with a sense of detachment. It is just one event among many, and you have the power to decide how it affects you. This perspective helps you move forward with strength rather than being paralyzed by setbacks. Musashi's resilience in the face of failure came from his relentless focus on improvement. He was not concerned with immediate success or avoiding failure at all costs. Instead, he saw each failure as a necessary part of his evolution as a warrior. In life, this means adopting a mindset of continual improvement. Every failure is an opportunity to refine your skills and become better. Instead of dwelling on the loss, focus on what can be gained. This shift in perspective allows you to grow from each experience, moving closer to mastery with every step. The Stoics believed that failure often stems from factors beyond our control. They taught that while we can influence outcomes through our actions, we cannot control them entirely. In life, this means recognizing that failure is not always a reflection of your efforts. Sometimes external circumstances play a role, and understanding this helps you avoid unnecessary self-blame. Instead of fixating on what went wrong, focus on what you can control, your response, your attitude, and your next steps. This approach fosters resilience and keeps you moving forward. Musashi understood that failure often provides the most valuable lessons. He learned more from his defeats than from his victories, using each failure as a tool for refining his technique and strategy. In life, this means looking for the lessons hidden within each failure. What went wrong and why? How can you adjust your approach moving forward? Failure becomes a powerful teacher when you approach it with curiosity rather than fear. The insights gained from failure are often the key to future success. The Stoics taught that failure is a test of character. When things don't go as planned, it reveals your true strength, determination, and resilience. In life, this means seeing failure as an opportunity to prove your character, not just to others, but to yourself. How you handle failure speaks volumes about your inner fortitude. Instead of seeing failure as a defeat, view it as a test of your ability to persevere and remain true to your purpose. Each time you rise from failure, you build more strength. Musashi's resilience in failure was grounded in his ability to adapt. He understood that rigidly sticking to one approach often leads to repeated failure. Instead, he embraced flexibility, adjusting his strategy based on what he learned from each failure. In life, this means being adaptable in the face of setbacks. If something isn't working, it's not a sign that you should give up. It's a sign that you need to adjust your approach. Flexibility in the face of failure allows you to find new ways forward and continue your progress. The Stoics believed that failure is not inherently negative. It is our judgment of failure that creates suffering. In life, this means changing the way you think about failure. Instead of seeing it as something bad or shameful, view it as a natural part of life's ebb and flow. Failure is simply a part of the process of learning and growing. When you remove the negative judgment from failure, it loses its power to cause distress. This shift in mindset allows you to approach challenges with a greater sense of peace and resilience. Musashi's approach to failure teaches the value of persistence. He did not allow failure to discourage him from pursuing his goals. Instead, he used each failure as fuel to drive him forward. In life, this means practicing perseverance in the face of setbacks. Failure is not a reason to quit. It's a reason to try again, armed with the knowledge you've gained from the experience. Each failure brings you one step closer to success, as long as you remain committed to your path. The Stoics believed that failure is an opportunity to practice humility. When you fail, it reminds you that you are human, that perfection is impossible and that there is always room for growth. In life, this means approaching failure with a sense of humility, accepting that you don't know everything and that mistakes are part of the journey. This humility opens the door to learning and self-improvement. Instead of being defensive or ashamed of failure, embrace it as a chance to grow and evolve. Musashi's resilience in failure was also tied to his sense of purpose. He was not driven by the fear of failure, but by his commitment to his path of mastery. In life, this means staying connected to your purpose, even when you fail. Failure is not the end. It's simply a part of the journey. When you are clear on your purpose, failure becomes less daunting because you know that it is just one step along the way. Purpose gives you the strength to keep going, even when the road is difficult. The Stoics believed that failure builds resilience by teaching you to let go of what you cannot control. When you accept failure as part of the process, you become more adaptable and less afraid of future setbacks. In life, this means practicing detachment from the outcome. Instead of being overly invested in success or fearful of failure, focus on the effort and the process. This resilience allows you to approach challenges with confidence, knowing that failure is simply a part of the learning curve. Musashi understood that failure sharpens your skills, making you better prepared for future challenges. Each time he failed, he used the experience to refine his technique and strengthen his resolve. In life, this means viewing failure as a form of training. Each failure makes you stronger, more skilled, and better equipped to handle the next challenge. Instead of fearing failure, embrace it as a necessary part of your growth, knowing that each setback is an opportunity to improve. The Stoics taught that failure is temporary, but the lessons learned from it are lasting. In life, this means remembering that failure is not a permanent state. It is a momentary event that can lead to long-term growth and success. By focusing on what can be learned from failure, you can turn a temporary setback into a lifelong lesson. This perspective helps you approach failure with a sense of optimism, knowing that it is a stepping stone toward something greater. Musashi's approach to failure also highlights the importance of self-discipline. He didn't allow failure to derail his progress. Instead, he stayed disciplined in his training, using failure as motivation to keep improving. In life, this means practicing discipline in the face of failure. When things don't go as planned, resist the urge to give up or become discouraged. Stay committed to your goals and use failure as fuel to keep moving forward. Discipline allows you to stay on track even when the road is difficult. The Stoics believed that failure helps you develop emotional resilience. When you fail and learn to manage the emotions that come with it, disappointment, frustration, embarrassment, you become stronger. In life, this means using failure as an opportunity to strengthen your emotional endurance. Each time you navigate failure with grace and composure, you build the resilience needed to face future challenges. Emotional resilience allows you to bounce back from failure more quickly and with greater confidence. Musashi's resilience in failure was also tied to his willingness to face challenges head-on. He didn't avoid difficult situations out of fear of failure. Instead, he sought them out, knowing that they would help him grow. In life, this means embracing challenges rather than avoiding them. The fear of failure should not hold you back from pursuing your goals. Instead, face each challenge with courage, knowing that even if you fail, you will emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. The Stoics taught that failure is an opportunity to practice patience. Success rarely comes quickly or easily, and failure is often a sign that more time and effort are needed. In life, this means being patient with yourself and your progress. Failure doesn't mean you're on the wrong path. It simply means that the journey is longer than expected. Patience helps you stay committed to your goals, even when the road is slow or difficult. Musashi understood that failure forces you to confront your weaknesses, providing a clear path for improvement. Each failure revealed areas where he needed to grow, and he used that knowledge to refine his technique. In life, this means viewing failure as a mirror that reflects your areas for growth. Instead of avoiding or denying your weaknesses, embrace them as opportunities for improvement. Failure provides valuable insight into where you can become stronger, both in skill and character. The Stoics believed that failure helps you build inner strength. Each time you fail and rise again, you become more resilient, more determined, and more capable of handling adversity. In life, this means seeing failure as a chance to cultivate inner toughness. Every setback is an opportunity to prove to yourself that you can keep going, no matter how difficult the journey becomes. Inner strength is built through the repeated experience of failure and recovery, and it is one of the most valuable qualities you can develop. Musashi's approach to failure teaches the importance of persistence. He didn't allow failure to define him. Instead, he used it as a stepping stone to greater success. In life, this means practicing perseverance in the face of setbacks. Failure is not a sign that you should stop. It's a sign that you are pushing your limits and growing. Each time you persist in the face of failure, you build the endurance needed to achieve your long-term goals. Finally, both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings remind us that failure is a part of life, not a reflection of your worth. In life, this means accepting that everyone fails at some point, and that failure is not something to be ashamed of. It is simply part of the human experience. By embracing failure with resilience, you can turn it into a source of strength, wisdom, and growth, allowing you to continue your journey with greater confidence and determination. Having embraced failure as a catalyst for growth and resilience, the next natural step is to cultivate an unshakable inner strength and mental toughness. This kind of strength is not physical, but deeply rooted in your mindset, beliefs, and ability to navigate life's challenges with grace and determination. Both the Stoics and Musashi placed great emphasis on the power of inner fortitude. Their teachings offer a clear path for building a mindset that not only withstands adversity, but thrives in it. The strength that you carry within becomes your greatest weapon against whatever life throws your way. The Stoics believed that inner strength begins with self-mastery. To be strong inside, you must first learn to control your own mind, emotions, and desires. In life, this means practicing self-discipline in your thoughts and actions. When you can master your impulses and avoid being swayed by fleeting emotions or external pressures, you gain a profound sense of power over your own life. This mental control is the foundation of true toughness, allowing you to remain steady even in turbulent times. Musashi understood that mental toughness is built through discipline and repetition. He spent countless hours honing his craft, knowing that true strength comes from the relentless pursuit of mastery. In life, this means committing to daily practices that build your mental and emotional resilience, whether it's through physical training, meditation, or challenging yourself in new ways. Consistency is key. Each time you push through discomfort, you strengthen your ability to endure and persevere. The Stoics also taught that inner strength comes from understanding what is within your control and what is not. When you focus only on the things you can influence, you conserve your energy and avoid unnecessary frustration. In life, this means accepting that you cannot control other people's actions, external events, or the outcome of every situation. What you can control is your response, your effort, and your attitude. This focus on the internal gives you the power to face challenges without being overwhelmed by circumstances outside your influence. Musashi's philosophy teaches that mental toughness is developed through solitude. He spent long periods in isolation, using the quiet moments to reflect, strengthen his resolve, and refine his skills. In life, this means taking time to be alone with your thoughts, free from distractions and external influences. Solitude allows you to confront your fears, doubts, and insecurities head-on, and in doing so, you develop the strength to overcome them. True toughness is often built in the quiet moments when no one is watching. The Stoics believed that adversity is the ultimate test of inner strength. It is not when things are going well that strength is revealed, but when life becomes difficult. In life, this means embracing challenges as opportunities to prove your resilience. Each time you face adversity and push through it, you strengthen the core of who you are. Toughness is not about avoiding pain or difficulty, but about meeting it head-on and emerging stronger on the other side. Musashi knew that inner strength also comes from facing your fears directly. He believed that fear is a natural part of life, but that it should never control your actions. In life, this means confronting the things that scare you, whether it's a difficult conversation, a new challenge, or a personal insecurity. The more you face your fears, the less power they hold over you. Each time you step into discomfort, you build the toughness to handle even greater challenges with confidence. The Stoics taught that developing inner strength requires practicing patience. Strength is not built overnight. It takes time, effort, and perseverance. In life, this means being patient with yourself and your progress. Inner strength grows slowly, often through small, consistent actions that compound over time. When you commit to the process, rather than expecting immediate results, you give yourself the space to grow steadily and sustainably. Musashi's life was a testament to the power of perseverance. He understood that setbacks and failures were inevitable, but he never allowed them to break his spirit. In life, this means developing the toughness to keep moving forward, even when the path is difficult or unclear. Perseverance is a key aspect of inner strength because it allows you to stay committed to your goals, even when things don't go as planned. The ability to endure hardship and continue pushing forward is what separates the strong from the weak. The Stoics believed that mental toughness is rooted in emotional control. When you can manage your emotions, especially in times of stress or conflict, you demonstrate true inner strength. In life, this means learning to stay calm under pressure and not letting anger, frustration, or fear dictate your actions. Emotional control allows you to respond to challenges with clarity and wisdom rather than being reactive. It is through this control that you build the resilience to face whatever comes your way. Musashi emphasized the importance of focus in developing inner strength. He knew that distractions weaken the mind and prevent you from achieving your goals. In life, this means cultivating the ability to concentrate fully on the task at hand, blocking out distractions and staying committed to your purpose. Focus is a form of mental toughness because it requires discipline and the ability to ignore external noise. When you are fully focused, you can accomplish more and build the strength to overcome obstacles. The Stoics also believed that inner strength is built through humility. Recognizing that you don't know everything and that you can always learn more is a sign of strength, not weakness. In life, this means approaching challenges and failures with a sense of humility, understanding that each experience is an opportunity to grow. Humility allows you to remain open to learning, even when things don't go your way, and this openness strengthens your ability to adapt and persevere. Musashi's resilience was rooted in his ability to detach from outcomes. He didn't measure his worth by victories or defeats. Instead, he focused on the process of continuous improvement. In life, this means letting go of the need for immediate success or external validation. Inner strength comes from being able to stay committed to your path, even when the results are uncertain. This detachment from outcomes allows you to focus on the things that truly matter, such as personal growth and mastery. The Stoics taught that true strength comes from self-reliance. While it's important to build connections with others, relying too heavily on external sources of validation or support can weaken your inner resolve. In life, this means developing the confidence to stand on your own, knowing that your strength comes from within. Self-reliance builds mental toughness because it empowers you to take responsibility for your own life and actions, rather than depending on others to guide or save you. Musashi believed that inner strength is cultivated through simplicity. By stripping away unnecessary distractions and focusing on what is essential, he was able to channel all his energy into his craft. In life, this means simplifying your environment, your thoughts, and your goals. When you let go of excess, you free up mental and emotional space to focus on what truly matters. Simplicity fosters inner strength by allowing you to concentrate your energy on the things that bring you closer to your purpose. The Stoics also taught that resilience comes from accepting the inevitability of hardship. Life will always present challenges, and the key to strength is not in avoiding them, but in facing them with courage and determination. In life, this means acknowledging that pain, loss, and failure are part of the human experience. When you accept this reality, you can face adversity with greater resilience, knowing that it is temporary and that you have the strength to endure. Musashi's approach to inner strength involved a relentless commitment to improvement. He never rested on his laurels, always seeking to refine his skills and deepen his understanding. In life, this means adopting a mindset of continuous growth. Inner strength is not something you achieve once and then maintain. It is something you cultivate daily through consistent effort and reflection. This commitment to improvement keeps you strong, even in the face of setbacks, because you know that each challenge is an opportunity to grow. The Stoics believed that inner strength is built through practicing gratitude. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you develop a sense of contentment and peace that strengthens your resolve. In life, this means taking time each day to reflect on the things you are grateful for, even in difficult times. Gratitude fosters inner resilience because it shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance, allowing you to face challenges with a positive and empowered mindset. Musashi's inner strength was also tied to his sense of purpose. He knew exactly what he was working toward and why, and this clarity gave him the strength to persevere through hardship. In life, this means connecting deeply with your purpose and using it as a source of strength. When you are clear on why you do what you do, you can face adversity with greater confidence because you know that your struggles are leading you towards something meaningful. The Stoics taught that strength comes from accepting what you cannot change. Resisting reality only creates suffering, but accepting things as they are allows you to focus on what you can influence. In life, this means practicing acceptance in the face of difficult circumstances. When you accept what is beyond your control, you free yourself from the mental and emotional burden of trying to change the unchangeable. This acceptance is a form of strength because it allows you to focus your energy where it will have the most impact. Musashi understood that inner strength also comes from embracing solitude. He often withdrew from society to focus on his training and reflection, knowing that solitude provides the space to strengthen both mind and body. In life, this means making time for solitude and introspection. It is in these quiet moments that you can connect with your inner self, assess your progress, and strengthen your resolve. Solitude is a powerful tool for building inner toughness because it allows you to face your thoughts and emotions head-on. The Stoics believed that mental toughness is built through practicing resilience in small, everyday moments. It's not just in the big challenges that strength is developed, but in how you handle the minor frustrations and setbacks of daily life. In life, this means practicing patience, perseverance, and emotional control in your daily interactions and tasks. Each time you respond to a small challenge with grace and strength, you build the mental toughness to handle larger obstacles with the same resilience. Musashi's focus on mastery also teaches that inner strength comes from consistency. He didn't achieve greatness through sporadic effort, but through a daily commitment to his craft. In life, this means cultivating strength through consistent action. Whether it's through physical training, mental exercises, or personal development, it's the small, consistent efforts that build lasting toughness. Each day that you commit to your growth, you strengthen the foundation of your inner resolve. The Stoics believed that inner strength also comes from the ability to remain calm in the face of chaos. When the world around you is falling apart, the strongest person is the one who can maintain their composure and think clearly. In life, this means practicing calmness and clarity under pressure. When you can stay centered in moments of crisis, you demonstrate a level of toughness that few possess. This calmness not only helps you navigate the situation more effectively, but also strengthens your inner resilience for future challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that strength is not just about enduring hardship, but about thriving in it. He didn't simply survive his challenges, he used them as fuel for growth. In life, this means viewing adversity as a catalyst for your own development. Inner strength is not just about getting through tough times, it's about using those experiences to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. This mindset allows you to embrace challenges with confidence, knowing that they are shaping you into a stronger version of yourself. By developing this inner strength, you are not just preparing for life's difficulties, you are building a foundation that allows you to live with more purpose, clarity, and resilience. With the foundation of inner strength established, the next crucial shift in perspective is to embrace progress over perfection. Both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings emphasize that the pursuit of perfection can be paralyzing. Instead, the focus should be on steady, daily improvement. Striving for perfection often leads to frustration, while committing to progress allows for growth, resilience, and achievement over time. In this mindset, each step forward becomes a victory, no matter how small, and the pressure to be flawless fades in the pursuit of genuine advancement. The Stoics believed that perfection is an illusion, something that exists only in the mind but never in reality. In life, this means letting go of the unrealistic expectation that everything must be flawless. Instead, focus on making small improvements every day, recognizing that progress is what leads to mastery. Perfection is not necessary for success, but consistent effort is. By celebrating progress, you free yourself from the burden of needing to be perfect, allowing for more freedom in your journey. Musashi's life was a testament to the power of daily progress. He understood that mastery was not achieved in a single moment, but through years of dedicated practice. In life, this means approaching every day as an opportunity to improve, even if it's only by a small margin. It is this accumulation of progress, day by day, that leads to mastery. Each step you take, no matter how minor it seems, brings you closer to your goals. The Stoics also taught that focusing on progress builds resilience. When you are no longer fixated on achieving a perfect outcome, you become more adaptable and open to learning from your mistakes. In life, this means embracing your imperfections and using them as stepping stones rather than roadblocks. Each mistake becomes an opportunity to grow, and this mindset fosters a deeper sense of resilience. Progress is not about avoiding failure, but about learning from it and continuing to move forward. Musashi's philosophy reminds us that true mastery is a journey, not a destination. He knew that there was always more to learn, more to refine, and more to perfect in his craft. In life, this means adopting a mindset of continuous improvement. Instead of waiting for the perfect moment to act, or for everything to fall into place, focus on making incremental improvements. This mindset not only leads to growth, but also keeps you motivated and engaged, as each step forward becomes a reward in itself. The Stoics believed that the pursuit of perfection often leads to unnecessary suffering. When you constantly strive for an unattainable ideal, you set yourself up for disappointment and frustration. In life, this means accepting that perfection is not the goal. Instead, focus on what you can improve today, and let go of the need for everything to be flawless. This shift in mindset brings a sense of relief and allows you to appreciate the progress you are making, no matter how small. Musashi's approach to progress was grounded in discipline. He practiced relentlessly, knowing that each day of practice brought him closer to mastery, even if the improvements were imperceptible at first. In life, this means cultivating the discipline to keep working toward your goals, even when progress seems slow. Over time, these small daily efforts accumulate and lead to significant breakthroughs. Discipline, more than perfection, is what drives progress. The Stoics taught that progress requires patience. Growth doesn't happen overnight, and expecting immediate results can lead to disappointment. In life, this means being patient with yourself and your journey. Trust that the small steps you are taking today will lead to greater achievements in the future. Patience allows you to stay committed to the process, even when progress is slow, knowing that every step forward is a step toward your goal. Musashi's philosophy also teaches the importance of embracing imperfection. He understood that mistakes were an inevitable part of the learning process, and that each mistake provided valuable lessons. In life, this means accepting that you will make errors along the way, and rather than being discouraged by them, using them to fuel your progress. Each mistake is an opportunity to adjust, learn, and move forward with greater wisdom. The Stoics believed that progress comes from focusing on what is within your control. You cannot control external circumstances, but you can control your effort and your attitude. In life, this means directing your energy toward the things you can influence, your actions, your mindset, and your daily habits. By focusing on these areas, you ensure that progress is always possible, no matter what obstacles you face. Progress is not about perfection, but about consistently doing your best in the areas you control. Musashi's commitment to progress was unwavering. He didn't seek validation or recognition for his efforts. He focused solely on improving himself each day. In life, this means letting go of the need for external approval or the pressure to meet other people's standards of perfection. Your progress is personal, and it should be measured by your own growth, not by how others perceive it. This mindset frees you to focus on what truly matters, your own journey of improvement. The Stoics also taught that focusing on progress builds self-compassion. When you let go of the need to be perfect, you become kinder to yourself, recognizing that growth is a process and mistakes are part of that process. In life, this means treating yourself with patience and understanding, especially when things don't go as planned. Self-compassion allows you to keep moving forward without the burden of guilt or self-criticism, fostering a healthier relationship with yourself and your goals. Musashi understood that progress often comes from pushing through discomfort. He deliberately sought out challenges that tested his limits, knowing that true growth comes from stepping outside of your comfort zone. In life, this means embracing the discomfort that comes with trying new things or facing difficult challenges. Progress is often uncomfortable, but it is in these moments of discomfort that the greatest growth occurs. Each time you push through discomfort, you strengthen your ability to progress. The Stoics believed that progress is more important than perfection because it keeps you moving forward. Perfection is static. It implies that there is a final, unchanging state of being. Progress, on the other hand, is dynamic and ongoing. In life, this means focusing on the journey rather than the destination. Each day offers an opportunity to grow, and by committing to progress, you ensure that you are always moving forward, even if the steps are small. Musashi's philosophy of progress teaches the value of consistency. He practiced diligently every day, knowing that consistency was key to mastery. In life, this means showing up for yourself daily, even when you don't feel like it, or when progress seems slow. Consistency builds momentum, and over time, the small efforts you make each day lead to significant results. It is not the occasional bursts of effort, but the consistent daily actions that lead to lasting progress. The Stoics also believed that focusing on progress allows you to be more adaptable. When you are fixated on perfection, you become rigid and resistant to change. In life, this means embracing flexibility and being open to adjusting your approach when necessary. Progress often requires adaptation, and by being open to change, you can continue moving forward even when the path shifts. Adaptability ensures that you can make progress in any situation, no matter how unexpected. Musashi's approach to progress was also deeply rooted in humility. He never saw himself as having fully mastered his craft, and this humility drove him to keep improving. In life, this means acknowledging that there is always more to learn, and that progress is a lifelong journey. Humility allows you to approach each day with curiosity and a willingness to grow, knowing that there is always room for improvement. This mindset fosters a sense of ongoing progress, no matter how much you achieve. The Stoics believed that focusing on progress helps you stay present. When you are constantly striving for perfection, you become fixated on the future, waiting for a moment when everything will be perfect. In life, this means letting go of that future-focused mindset and concentrating on the present moment. Progress happens in the now, not in some distant, imagined future. By staying present, you can appreciate the steps you are taking today and recognize the progress you are making in real time. Musashi's commitment to progress also teaches the importance of persistence. He didn't give up when things were difficult or when he faced setbacks. In life, this means maintaining your commitment to growth, even when progress is slow or the challenges seem overwhelming. Persistence is key to progress because it ensures that you keep moving forward, no matter what obstacles you encounter. Each day you persist, you build the strength to overcome greater challenges and continue progressing. The Stoics taught that progress is cumulative. Each small step you take builds on the one before it, and over time, these small steps lead to significant growth. In life, this means recognizing that even the smallest actions contribute to your overall progress. Don't dismiss the value of incremental improvement. Every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goal. This mindset allows you to stay motivated, knowing that each day of effort is adding up to something greater. Musashi's focus on progress also reminds us that growth often happens in the quiet moments. He didn't seek out grand achievements or public recognition. Instead, he focused on refining his skills in solitude. In life, this means valuing the progress you make behind the scenes, in the moments when no one is watching. True progress doesn't always need to be visible or celebrated by others. It is the quiet, consistent effort that leads to lasting growth. The Stoics believed that progress requires letting go of the fear of judgment. When you are focused on perfection, you often worry about how others perceive your efforts. In life, this means freeing yourself from the fear of judgment and focusing instead on your own growth. Progress is personal, and it should be measured by your own standards, not by how others view it. By letting go of the fear of judgment, you can pursue progress with greater freedom and authenticity. Musashi's teachings remind us that progress is a mindset. It's not about reaching a specific destination, but about cultivating a mentality of continuous improvement. In life, this means adopting a growth mindset, where every experience is seen as an opportunity to learn and improve. This mindset allows you to approach challenges with curiosity and openness, knowing that each difficulty is a chance to grow stronger and more skilled. A mindset of progress ensures that you are always moving forward, no matter the circumstances. The Stoics believed that progress also fosters a sense of contentment. When you focus on daily improvement, rather than an unattainable ideal, you find satisfaction in the journey itself. In life, this means appreciating the progress you are making, even if it's not perfect. Contentment comes from recognizing that growth is a process and that each step forward is valuable. This sense of contentment keeps you motivated and engaged, allowing you to enjoy the journey as much as the destination. Musashi's approach to progress teaches the value of focus. He concentrated all his energy on improving his craft, knowing that scattered effort leads to scattered results. In life, this means narrowing your focus and dedicating yourself to the areas that truly matter. When you focus on one thing at a time and give it your full attention, you make more meaningful progress. This focus allows you to channel your energy effectively, ensuring that each effort contributes to your overall growth. The Stoics believed that focusing on progress also helps you develop resilience. When you are no longer fixated on achieving perfection, you become more adaptable and resilient in the face of setbacks. In life, this means viewing challenges and failures as part of the journey, rather than as signs of failure. Resilience is built through the process of progressing despite obstacles, and this resilience allows you to keep moving forward, no matter what comes your way. Musashi's teachings remind us that progress is a long-term commitment. He didn't expect instant results, and he knew that mastery required years of dedicated effort. In life, this means being patient with your progress and trusting that the small steps you are taking today will lead to greater achievements in the future. Progress is not about quick fixes or immediate success. It's about committing to the long-term journey of growth and improvement. The Stoics taught that focusing on progress helps you stay grounded. When you are no longer chasing after perfection, you become more present and connected to the process of growth. In life, this means finding joy in the small wins and appreciating the progress you are making, rather than constantly striving for something more. Staying grounded in the present allows you to enjoy the journey and recognize that progress, not perfection, is the true path to success. Musashi's philosophy of progress teaches us that there is always more to learn. He never saw himself as having fully mastered his craft, and this humility drove him to keep improving. In life, this means recognizing that growth is a never-ending journey. No matter how much progress you make, there is always room for more improvement. This mindset of continuous learning keeps you motivated and engaged, knowing that each day offers new opportunities for growth. Finally, both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings remind us that progress is deeply personal. It's not about meeting someone else's standards or achieving a predefined ideal. In life, this means measuring your progress by your own growth and achievements, not by external validation. Your journey is unique, and your progress should be celebrated on your own terms. By focusing on your personal progress, you free yourself from the pressure to be perfect and allow yourself to grow in your own way. As you continue to focus on progress over perfection, the next step is understanding the delicate balance between action and reflection. Both Stoicism and Musashi's teachings emphasize that taking swift, decisive action is essential, but without reflection, those actions can lack purpose or direction. Likewise, too much reflection without action can lead to stagnation. The key is finding harmony between these two powerful forces. Action propels you forward, while reflection ensures you're moving in the right direction. This balance allows you to achieve your goals with clarity and intention. The Stoics believed that action without reflection is like sailing without a compass. In life, this means ensuring that your actions are guided by wisdom and purpose, rather than being driven by impulse or urgency. By regularly reflecting on your choices, goals, and motivations, you align your actions with your values. This thoughtful approach leads to more meaningful progress, as each action becomes part of a greater purpose. Musashi's life exemplified the balance between action and reflection. As a master swordsman, he acted swiftly and decisively in combat, but he spent hours in solitude, reflecting on his technique, mindset, and philosophy. In life, this means recognizing that while action is necessary, it must be informed by deep self-reflection. This combination allows you to refine your approach and continuously improve, making each action more effective and intentional. The Stoics taught that reflection is not about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it. In life, this means taking time to analyze your past actions, decisions, and experiences. What worked well and what didn't? What lessons can be applied moving forward? Reflection is a tool for growth, ensuring that you learn from your experiences rather than repeating mistakes. It provides the insight needed to make better decisions in the future. Musashi understood that action without hesitation is crucial in moments of conflict, but reflection after the fact is what ensures growth. In life, this means acting with confidence when the moment requires it, but afterward, taking the time to assess what happened. Did your actions align with your goals and values? Could you have approached the situation differently? This constant cycle of action followed by reflection allows for continual refinement and mastery in all areas of life. The Stoics believed that reflection provides clarity in times of uncertainty. When faced with difficult decisions, reflecting on your core values and principles helps guide your actions. In life, this means pausing before making important choices to consider the bigger picture. Reflection ensures that your actions are thoughtful and deliberate, rather than reactive or impulsive. This balance between action and reflection leads to more grounded and confident decision-making. Musashi's philosophy also emphasizes the importance of immediate action when needed. In life, there will be times when overthinking leads to missed opportunities. Swift, decisive action is sometimes necessary, but Musashi also teaches that afterward, reflection is essential to evaluate whether the action was effective. This balance ensures that you remain adaptable, learning from each experience while maintaining the ability to act quickly when required. The Stoics taught that a life without reflection lacks meaning. While it's important to be productive and take action, it's equally important to ensure that those actions contribute to your overall sense of purpose and fulfillment. In life, this means regularly taking time to reflect on whether your actions are bringing you closer to your goals or leading you astray. Reflection gives your life direction, allowing you to recalibrate when necessary and stay aligned with your deeper values. Musashi's balance between action and reflection was rooted in his constant pursuit of improvement. He knew that even after a successful battle, there were always lessons to be learned. In life, this means never becoming complacent, even when things are going well. Each action, whether successful or not, provides valuable insights that can be used to improve your skills, mindset, and approach. This ongoing cycle of reflection after action fosters continuous growth. The Stoics believed that reflection builds wisdom. Through the process of introspection, you gain a deeper understanding of yourself, your motivations, and the world around you. In life, this means taking time each day to reflect on your thoughts, actions, and experiences. What can you learn from today? How can you apply those lessons moving forward? This practice of reflection strengthens your ability to make wise, informed decisions in the future. Musashi's emphasis on action teaches that while reflection is crucial, it should never become a substitute for action. In life, there's a danger of falling into overthinking or analysis paralysis, where too much reflection prevents you from taking decisive steps. The key is finding a balance. Reflect enough to gain clarity, but act when the time comes. This approach ensures that you remain both thoughtful and proactive in pursuing your goals. The Stoics taught that reflection helps you stay connected to your values. When you regularly reflect on your actions, you can assess whether they align with the person you want to become. In life, this means taking time to check in with yourself and evaluate whether your actions are consistent with your principles. Reflection helps you course correct when necessary, ensuring that you remain true to your core values, even in the face of challenges. Musashi's life demonstrated that action without reflection leads to stagnation. While swift action can bring immediate results, long-term growth comes from evaluating those actions and refining your approach. In life, this means recognizing that reflection is not a sign of weakness or hesitation. It's a necessary part of the process of mastery. Each time you reflect, you gain insights that make your future actions more effective and purposeful. The Stoics believed that reflection fosters self-awareness. By regularly examining your thoughts, actions, and emotions, you gain a deeper understanding of your strengths and weaknesses. In life, this means making reflection a daily habit, using it as a tool for self-improvement. The more self-aware you become, the more effectively you can take action, knowing when to push forward and when to pause and reassess. Musashi's balance between action and reflection also teaches patience. While action is necessary for progress, reflection requires time and introspection. In life, this means understanding that growth is a gradual process, and that taking time to reflect is not a delay in progress, but a crucial part of it. Patience in reflection allows you to gain deeper insights and make more informed decisions, leading to more meaningful and sustained progress over time. The Stoics taught that reflection helps you avoid unnecessary mistakes. By taking the time to think through your actions and consider potential outcomes, you can anticipate challenges and avoid impulsive decisions that lead to failure. In life, this means recognizing the value of reflection as a preventative measure, ensuring that your actions are thoughtful and strategic. Reflection helps you approach challenges with a clear mind and a plan, reducing the likelihood of costly mistakes. Musashi understood that decisive action requires confidence, but that confidence is built through reflection. In life, this means recognizing that while acting quickly is sometimes necessary, the confidence to do so comes from knowing you've reflected deeply on your values, skills, and goals. Each period of reflection builds a foundation of trust in yourself, allowing you to take bold actions when needed, knowing that they are grounded in careful thought and preparation. The Stoics believed that reflection also fosters gratitude. By taking time to reflect on your experiences, you can appreciate the lessons, growth, and progress that each day brings. In life, this means regularly acknowledging the progress you've made and the challenges you've overcome. Reflection allows you to recognize the value in both successes and failures, fostering a sense of gratitude for the journey as a whole. Musashi's approach to action teaches the importance of timing. He knew that sometimes the right action at the wrong time can lead to failure. In life, this means understanding that reflection allows you to assess when the time is right to act. Reflection gives you the patience to wait for the right moment and when it arrives, you can act swiftly and decisively. This balance between action and reflection ensures that your efforts are well-timed and effective. The Stoics taught that reflection cultivates humility. By reflecting on your actions and experiences, you can recognize where you've made mistakes and where you can improve. In life, this means embracing reflection as a way to stay grounded and avoid the arrogance that can come from success. Humility allows you to learn from your experiences, no matter the outcome, and to approach each new challenge with a mindset of growth and improvement. Musashi's emphasis on reflection teaches that true mastery requires constant self-evaluation. No matter how skilled you become, there is always room for growth. In life, this means using reflection as a tool for continuous improvement. Each time you reflect, you identify areas where you can refine your skills, mindset, or approach. This commitment to ongoing reflection ensures that you never stop growing, no matter how much progress you've made. The Stoics believed that reflection also helps you manage your emotions. By taking time to reflect on your thoughts and feelings, you can gain control over your emotional responses and approach situations with a calmer, more rational mindset. In life, this means using reflection as a way to process emotions before taking action. This emotional regulation ensures that your actions are driven by logic and purpose, rather than by impulsive reactions. Musashi's life demonstrated that action without reflection can lead to burnout. He balanced his intense physical training with periods of reflection and solitude, allowing himself time to rest and recover. In life, this means recognizing that action must be balanced with rest and reflection in order to maintain long-term sustainability. Taking time to reflect allows you to recharge, ensuring that your future actions are fueled by clarity and energy rather than by exhaustion. The Stoics believed that reflection helps you stay adaptable. By regularly assessing your actions and their outcomes, you can adjust your approach when necessary. In life, this means using reflection as a tool for flexibility. When things don't go as planned, reflection allows you to reassess, adjust, and continue moving forward with a new strategy. This adaptability is key to overcoming challenges and making steady progress, even in the face of obstacles. Musashi's teachings remind us that action and reflection are both necessary for growth. One without the other leads to either stagnation or recklessness. In life, this means embracing both sides of the equation. Act when the moment requires it, but always make time to reflect afterward. This balance ensures that you are both proactive and thoughtful, leading to more meaningful and sustained growth over time. The Stoics taught that reflection helps you stay focused on your long-term goals. By regularly evaluating your progress, you can ensure that your actions are aligned with your larger vision. In life, this means using reflection as a tool for staying on track. Each time you reflect, you reaffirm your commitment to your goals and make adjustments as needed to stay aligned with your purpose. Musashi's balance between action and reflection teaches the value of discipline. He acted with precision and purpose, but he also took time to reflect and refine his skills. In life, this means cultivating the discipline to act when necessary and to reflect when needed. Discipline allows you to strike the right balance between action and reflection, ensuring that both are used effectively to achieve your goals. The Stoics believed that reflection helps you stay resilient in the face of challenges. By taking time to reflect on setbacks, you can gain perspective and learn from your experiences. In life, this means using reflection as a tool for resilience. Each time you reflect on a challenge, you gain new insights that strengthen your ability to overcome future obstacles. Reflection builds resilience by turning setbacks into opportunities for growth. Musashi's teachings remind us that action and reflection are interconnected. Each action informs reflection, and each period of reflection improves future actions. In life, this means embracing the cyclical nature of action and reflection. Act, reflect, learn, and then act again with greater wisdom. This cycle ensures that you are always growing, always improving, and always moving forward with intention. The Stoics taught that reflection helps you maintain a sense of peace. By regularly reflecting on your actions and their outcomes, you can let go of regrets or worries and focus on what you can control. In life, this means using reflection as a way to cultivate inner peace. Each time you reflect, you gain clarity and perspective, allowing you to move forward with a calm and focused mind. Musashi's balance between action and reflection teaches that both are essential for achieving mastery. In life, this means recognizing that neither action nor reflection can be neglected if you want to achieve your highest potential. By finding the right balance between the two, you ensure that your actions are informed by wisdom and your reflections lead to meaningful progress. This balance creates a path to mastery that is both thoughtful and decisive. As you embrace the balance between action and reflection, the next crucial step is mastering the use of time. Both the Stoics and Musashi understood that time is the most valuable resource we have, and wasting it is one of the greatest mistakes. Life is finite, and every moment presents an opportunity to either move forward or remain stagnant. The power of using time wisely lies not just in being busy, but in ensuring that every action contributes meaningfully to your purpose. By mastering every moment, you create a life of intention and productivity without letting precious time slip away. The Stoics believed that time is something you can never regain once it's lost. In life, this means recognizing that every wasted moment is an opportunity you will never get back. By becoming aware of how you spend your time, you can make more deliberate choices that align with your values and goals. Time management, from a Stoic perspective, is about focusing on what truly matters and letting go of distractions that do not serve your higher purpose. Musashi's approach to time was rooted in a sense of urgency. He understood that life is unpredictable and that waiting for the right time can lead to inaction. In life, this means adopting a mindset of urgency, where you don't delay important actions or wait for perfect conditions. Every moment has the potential for progress if you seize it fully. This urgency doesn't mean rushing, but rather being purposeful with each second, ensuring that nothing is wasted. The Stoics taught that many people waste their lives by spending too much time on trivial pursuits. In life, this means being vigilant about where your attention goes. Are you spending time on things that matter, or are you allowing distractions to consume your days? By focusing on the essentials and cutting out the unnecessary, you free up time to invest in what truly brings value. Mastering time means eliminating the things that drain your energy and attention without contributing to your growth. Musashi's discipline in managing his time was evident in his training. He didn't squander a single moment and used every opportunity to refine his skills. In life, this means treating time as a resource for self-improvement. Each hour offers the chance to learn, grow, or practice something that moves you closer to mastery. By using time deliberately, you make steady progress, even if the steps are small. Over time, this accumulation of effort leads to significant achievements. The Stoics believed that time is wasted when you live without intention. In life, this means being mindful of how you structure your days. Without clear goals or purpose, it's easy to drift through time without making meaningful progress. By setting intentions for how you spend each day, you create a roadmap that guides your actions, ensuring that no moment is lost to aimlessness. Time management, in this sense, is about creating structure and purpose in everything you do. Musashi's sense of urgency also reflected his understanding of impermanence. He knew that life is short and unpredictable, so every moment must be used wisely. In life, this means embracing the reality that time is limited. Procrastination and hesitation steal the opportunities that exist in the present. By taking action now, rather than waiting for the future, you make the most of the time you have. This sense of urgency drives you to act decisively and avoid the trap of putting things off. The Stoics taught that time is often wasted by worrying about things beyond your control. In life, this means recognizing when you are spending too much time fixating on problems that you cannot change. By letting go of concerns over things outside your influence, you free up mental space and time to focus on what you can control. This approach not only makes your time more productive, but also reduces stress, allowing you to use each moment more effectively. Musashi's dedication to mastering time extended beyond his training. It influenced how he approached every aspect of his life. In life, this means adopting a mindset where every action has a purpose. Whether you are working, resting, or reflecting, each moment is an opportunity to grow, learn, or recharge. Mastering time is not about being busy all the time, but about ensuring that even your rest and reflection serve your larger goals. The Stoics believed that part of mastering time is learning to say no. In life, this means recognizing that not every opportunity is worth your time, and that saying yes to everything can lead to burnout and wasted effort. By being selective about where you invest your time, you ensure that your energy is focused on what truly matters. Time is a finite resource, and learning to say no allows you to protect it from being squandered on things that do not align with your purpose. Musashi's focus on efficiency meant that he did not allow distractions to pull him away from his goals. In life, this means practicing discipline when it comes to distractions. Whether it's social media, idle conversations, or mindless entertainment, distractions can quickly consume valuable time. By being conscious of these time thieves and minimizing their impact, you free up more space for meaningful work and personal growth. Discipline in time management leads to greater productivity and a deeper sense of accomplishment. The Stoics taught that time is best used in service of your personal growth and development. In life, this means prioritizing activities that contribute to your long-term goals and well-being. Whether it's learning new skills, reflecting on your values, or investing in relationships, time spent on meaningful pursuits adds value to your life. Mastering time is about filling it with things that enhance your experience, rather than letting it slip away through meaningless distractions. Musashi's sense of urgency didn't lead to stress or rushing, but rather to a deep appreciation for the present moment. In life, this means adopting an approach where you fully engage with whatever you are doing. Whether it's working on a project or spending time with loved ones, being fully present ensures that no moment is wasted. This presence creates a richer experience and allows you to extract the maximum value from each minute. The Stoics believed that many people waste time by living in the past or future. In life, this means recognizing when you are spending too much time regretting past mistakes or worrying about the future. The only time you truly have is the present, and by focusing on it, you make the most of each moment. Time is mastered when you stop dwelling on what was or what might be, and instead engage fully with what is. Musashi's commitment to mastery was rooted in his understanding that time is the one resource you can never replenish. In life, this means treating time as your most precious asset. Each day offers only a limited number of hours, and it's up to you to decide how you will use them. By approaching time with the seriousness it deserves, you ensure that no day is wasted and every hour is used to move you closer to your goals. The Stoics taught that time is often wasted by procrastination. In life, this means being mindful of the ways you delay important tasks or put off decisions. Procrastination steals time and creates unnecessary stress. By developing the habit of acting quickly and decisively, you reclaim the time that procrastination would have wasted. Mastering time means breaking the cycle of delay and embracing action, even when it feels uncomfortable. Musashi's practice of using every moment productively teaches that mastery is not achieved through bursts of effort, but through consistent use of time. In life, this means recognizing that small daily actions add up over time. Whether it's practicing a skill, working on a project, or improving your health, the key to mastery is consistency. By using your time deliberately each day, you make steady progress toward your larger goals. The Stoics believed that time is wasted when you allow external events to control your emotions. In life, this means practicing emotional resilience so that you don't spend time dwelling on things that upset or frustrate you. By mastering your emotional responses, you ensure that your time is not consumed by negative emotions. This emotional control allows you to remain focused and productive, even in the face of challenges. Musashi's understanding of time extended to how he approached his goals. He knew that achieving mastery was a long-term commitment, but he also understood the importance of making each moment count. In life, this means balancing your long-term vision with short-term action. Each day presents an opportunity to move closer to your goals, but it requires both patience and urgency. By making the most of each day while keeping your long-term vision in mind, you master the art of time. The Stoics taught that time is best used in service of others. In life, this means recognizing that part of mastering time is investing it in relationships and in helping others. Time spent in service of others enriches your own life and creates a deeper sense of fulfillment. By balancing personal goals with contributions to those around you, you ensure that your time is used in a way that benefits both yourself and the greater good. Musashi's discipline in managing his time also extended to how he approached challenges. He didn't wait for the perfect moment to act, but seized opportunities as they arose. In life, this means being proactive and taking advantage of the time you have, rather than waiting for ideal conditions. Challenges are inevitable, but by acting with urgency and purpose, you can overcome them and continue making progress, no matter the circumstances. The Stoics believed that time is often wasted when we overthink. In life, this means recognizing when you are spending too much time analyzing and not enough time acting. Overthinking can lead to paralysis, where you become so consumed with planning that you never move forward. By focusing on action and trusting your ability to adapt along the way, you break free from the cycle of overthinking and use your time more effectively. Musashi's approach to time management also teaches the value of reflection. While urgency is important, so is taking time to reflect on your actions and progress. In life, this means balancing action with introspection. By regularly reflecting on how you spend your time and whether it aligns with your goals, you can make adjustments and ensure that you are always moving in the right direction. Reflection helps you refine your approach and use your time more wisely. The Stoics taught that part of mastering time is learning to embrace discomfort. In life, this means using your time to tackle the difficult tasks you might otherwise avoid. Avoiding discomfort leads to wasted time as you procrastinate or distract yourself with easier tasks. By facing challenges head-on and embracing discomfort, you ensure that your time is spent on meaningful, productive activities rather than wasted on avoidance. Musashi's understanding of time also teaches that every moment holds the potential for growth. In life, this means recognizing that even the smallest actions can lead to significant progress over time. Whether it's reading a book, practicing a skill, or having a meaningful conversation, every moment offers an opportunity for growth. By being mindful of how you use each minute, you ensure that no time is wasted, and every action contributes to your personal development. The Stoics believed that mastering time also means mastering your mindset. In life, this means cultivating a mindset of purpose and focus, where every action is aligned with your values and goals. When your mind is focused, your time is used more effectively, and you can accomplish more with less effort. Mastering time is not just about what you do, but about how you think and approach each moment. Musashi's discipline in using his time wisely was rooted in his commitment to mastery. He understood that every moment spent in idle pursuits was a moment lost in his journey toward greatness. In life, this means adopting a mindset of continuous improvement, where every action contributes to your growth. By using time as a tool for mastery, you ensure that no moment is wasted, and every day brings you closer to your goals. Having mastered the use of time and maximized every moment, the next vital skill is learning to stay calm under pressure. Both the Stoics and Musashi emphasize the importance of maintaining inner peace, even when the world around you is chaotic. Pressure is inevitable in life, but how you respond to it determines your ability to overcome challenges. The ability to remain calm not only enhances your decision-making, but also strengthens your resilience. This calmness becomes your anchor, allowing you to move through life with clarity and control, no matter what external pressures arise. The Stoics taught that external events are beyond your control, but how you react to them is entirely within your power. In life, this means practicing emotional control, especially in high-pressure situations. When you detach from the chaos around you and focus on your internal state, you are able to maintain a sense of peace. Calmness doesn't mean ignoring pressure. It means refusing to let it dictate your actions or overwhelm your mind. Musashi's approach to calmness was rooted in his training as a warrior. He understood that in the heat of battle, panic leads to mistakes, but calmness allows for clear, decisive action. In life, this means learning to control your reactions, even when faced with stressful or intense situations. By maintaining inner peace, you give yourself the space to think clearly and respond effectively. Calmness becomes a tool for navigating challenges with precision and strength. The Stoics believed that calmness under pressure is cultivated through mindfulness. In life, this means being present in the moment, rather than allowing your mind to race ahead with worry or fear. By focusing on the present, you can approach each challenge with a clear mind, free from the distractions of what might happen. This presence allows you to stay grounded, even when the pressure around you intensifies, ensuring that you remain in control of your thoughts and actions. Musashi's mindset teaches that calmness is not the absence of fear, but the mastery of it. He knew that fear is a natural response to pressure, but that it must be controlled. In life, this means acknowledging your fears without letting them dominate your mind. Calmness comes from accepting that fear exists, but choosing to act with clarity and purpose despite it. This control over fear allows you to perform at your best, even in the most difficult circumstances. The Stoics taught that calmness is a practice, something that must be cultivated over time. In life, this means developing habits that promote peace of mind, such as meditation, reflection, or simply taking time to breathe deeply in stressful moments. By consistently practicing calmness, you build the mental and emotional resilience needed to stay composed in high-pressure situations. Calmness becomes second nature, a skill you can rely on when the stakes are high. Musashi's philosophy also emphasized the importance of staying calm before taking action. He would often reflect and center himself before engaging in battle, ensuring that his mind was clear and focused. In life, this means pausing before reacting to pressure. By taking a moment to center yourself, you avoid impulsive decisions and allow your mind to find clarity. This calmness before action leads to more thoughtful and effective responses, no matter the intensity of the situation. The Stoics believed that calmness under pressure requires letting go of attachment to outcomes. In life, this means focusing on your actions, not the results. When you release the need to control the outcome, you free yourself from unnecessary stress and anxiety. Calmness comes from knowing that you have done your best, regardless of the final result. This mindset allows you to face pressure with a sense of ease, knowing that you are in control of your efforts, even if the outcome is uncertain. Musashi's ability to stay calm in battle was a result of his deep trust in his training. He knew that he had prepared himself thoroughly, and this confidence allowed him to remain composed in the face of danger. In life, this means building confidence through preparation. When you have put in the necessary work, you can trust yourself to handle pressure with calmness and precision. This self-assurance keeps you grounded, even in the most challenging situations. The Stoics taught that calmness is rooted in perspective. When you take a step back and view challenges from a broader perspective, you realize that most pressures are temporary and manageable. In life, this means reminding yourself that no matter how intense the situation may feel, it is only one moment in the larger context of your life. This shift in perspective allows you to approach pressure with a sense of calm, knowing that it will pass, and you have the strength to endure it. Musashi's calmness was also a result of his focus on the present moment. He understood that worrying about the future or dwelling on the past only distracted him from the task at hand. In life, this means training your mind to stay fully engaged with the present. By focusing on what is in front of you rather than what might happen, you eliminate unnecessary stress and allow yourself to respond with clarity and calmness. This presence of mind is key to performing well under pressure. The Stoics believed that calmness under pressure is a sign of true strength. In life, this means recognizing that staying composed in difficult situations requires more courage and resilience than reacting with panic or frustration. Calmness allows you to access your inner strength and approach challenges with a clear mind and steady resolve. It is through this calmness that you find the strength to push through adversity and emerge stronger on the other side. Musashi's approach to calmness teaches that the mind is your greatest weapon in high-pressure situations. In life, this means prioritizing mental discipline and control over your thoughts. When you master your mind, you can navigate pressure with grace and confidence. This mental toughness allows you to remain calm, no matter how intense the external circumstances may be. Your mind becomes your strongest tool for staying composed and making wise decisions. The Stoics taught that calmness can be cultivated through detachment. In life, this means learning to detach from external events and focus on your internal state. When you are not emotionally attached to the outcome, you can remain calm even when things don't go as planned. This detachment gives you the freedom to act with clarity and purpose, without being overwhelmed by the pressure of the moment. Calmness comes from within, not from external circumstances. Musashi's ability to stay calm under pressure also came from his belief in simplicity. He focused only on what was necessary in each moment, eliminating distractions that could disrupt his composure. In life, this means simplifying your approach when faced with pressure. By focusing on the essentials and letting go of unnecessary worries, you create space for calmness to emerge. Simplicity allows you to maintain a clear mind and stay focused on what truly matters. The Stoics believed that calmness under pressure is strengthened by self-awareness. In life, this means becoming attuned to your own reactions and emotions in stressful situations. By recognizing when you are starting to feel overwhelmed, you can take steps to bring yourself back to a state of calm. This self-awareness allows you to manage pressure more effectively, preventing it from escalating and causing unnecessary stress. Calmness is a skill that grows with self-understanding. Musashi's calmness was also a result of his unwavering commitment to his values. He knew who he was and what he stood for, and this inner conviction allowed him to remain calm, even in the face of external challenges. In life, this means staying true to your values, no matter what pressure you face. When you are grounded in your principles, external events have less power to shake your calmness. You can face pressure with confidence, knowing that your actions are aligned with your deeper purpose. The Stoics taught that calmness under pressure is a reflection of inner peace. In life, this means cultivating a sense of peace within yourself, regardless of what is happening around you. By finding peace in your thoughts, emotions, and actions, you create a foundation of calm that can withstand external pressures. This inner peace allows you to approach challenges with a sense of calmness, knowing that your well-being is not dependent on the outcome of the situation. Musashi's calmness was rooted in his belief that fear and panic cloud judgment. In life, this means recognizing that reacting emotionally to pressure can lead to poor decisions and mistakes. By remaining calm, you create the space to think clearly and make decisions based on logic and wisdom rather than on fear. Calmness allows you to maintain control over your mind, even when external pressures are intense, ensuring that your actions are deliberate and effective. The Stoics believed that calmness is strengthened by gratitude. In life, this means practicing gratitude, even in moments of pressure. By focusing on what you have and what you can be thankful for, you shift your mindset away from stress and toward a more positive outlook. Gratitude fosters calmness by reminding you of the abundance in your life, even when challenges arise. This perspective allows you to face pressure with a sense of peace and appreciation for the present moment. Musashi's calmness also came from his ability to embrace uncertainty. He knew that life is unpredictable, and rather than resist this uncertainty, he accepted it as part of the journey. In life, this means letting go of the need for certainty and control, and instead embracing the unknown with a sense of calm curiosity. When you accept that you cannot control everything, you free yourself from the pressure to have all the answers, allowing calmness to guide your actions. The Stoics taught that calmness under pressure is a form of resilience. In life, this means recognizing that staying calm in the face of adversity builds your inner strength. Each time you maintain your composure in a difficult situation, you reinforce your ability to handle future pressures with ease. Calmness becomes a source of resilience, helping you bounce back from challenges more quickly and with greater confidence. Musashi's calmness was also a result of his understanding of the impermanence of life. He knew that nothing lasts forever, including moments of pressure. In life, this means reminding yourself that no matter how intense a situation may feel, it is temporary. By keeping this perspective, you can approach pressure with a sense of calm, knowing that it will pass. This mindset allows you to remain composed and make thoughtful decisions, even when the pressure is high. The Stoics believed that calmness is a result of practicing patience. In life, this means cultivating the ability to wait and allow things to unfold in their own time, rather than forcing outcomes. Patience helps you stay calm by removing the urgency to control every aspect of a situation. When you practice patience, you create space for calmness to emerge, allowing you to approach challenges with a steady and measured approach. Musashi's calmness under pressure was also a reflection of his deep focus. He knew that distractions only added to the pressure, so he trained his mind to remain fully focused on the task at hand. In life, this means developing the ability to block out distractions and focus solely on what needs to be done. This focus allows you to stay calm, even in the midst of chaos, ensuring that your actions are effective and purposeful. The Stoics taught that calmness is built through daily practice. In life, this means consistently working on your ability to remain calm, even in small, everyday challenges. By practicing calmness in minor situations, you prepare yourself to handle larger pressures with ease. This daily practice strengthens your ability to stay composed, ensuring that calmness becomes a natural response, no matter what challenges you face. Musashi's approach to calmness teaches that mastery comes from consistency. In life, this means recognizing that calmness under pressure is not a one-time achievement, but a skill that must be cultivated continuously. Each day offers opportunities to practice calmness, whether in small frustrations or major challenges. By committing to this practice, you build the mental and emotional strength to remain calm in any situation, no matter how intense the pressure may be. As you embark on this journey of mastering your life through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and the disciplined philosophy of Miyamoto Musashi, remember that true transformation begins with action. Every step you take toward controlling your mind, embracing resilience, and mastering your time brings you closer to the life you've always envisioned. This guide is not just about theory. It's about applying these principles to conquer every challenge and live with purpose, discipline, and clarity. The power is within you, and starting today, you hold the key to shaping your destiny. Now, I want to hear from you. Which principle from Stoicism or Musashi's teachings will you start applying today? Drop a comment below and let me know how you plan to conquer your life.